Should work now. It works. Woo! At some point, I'm going to take a break to eat some dinner. Not much to be said about the Hurstons. Woo! There's a lot to be said about the Hurstons. They got a huge history, and they're very enwrapped in the fabric of the UEE. They're fascinating. I love them. They're awful. I love them. That scared the shit out of me. I'm just a baby.
Killer 7 Actual just had a space baby.
9 months of support there, Killer 7. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive, Mr. Any pedestrian. This your fault. They return drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Does it explain why they are the way they are? Yeah, it does, actually. The best way to describe it is they're a bunch of people who were victims of a society that they then victimized, then weaponized into making other victims. Like, the actual story of the Hurstons is a tragedy. Paul, you know what the mission I think that we need to see fixed and buffed? Call to Arms. They just need to remove Call to Arms and replace it with a system that makes more sense. Like a reputation system where you bring in bounties or you bring in confirmed hostiles and to register hostiles, and then you get script. Take about a bounty's body or a criminal's body, you throw it on the elevator. It gets registered as a criminal. You send it down the elevator, and then you get like script or something. Nepo Babies, kind of. Effectively, the short answer is the original Hurston who founded Hurston Dynamics, his mother was an entrepreneur. She was helped found an entire company, and when she died because of complications from childbirth, all of that company was taken away from Hurston and from the Hurston, from, I forget his name. Solomon Hurston. Solomon basically got screwed. And because he got screwed and his family got screwed, he ended up having to like basically fight for everything he would eventually earn. He became a government contractor. And through his own guile and wits, he managed to turn a government opportunity, a government contract opportunity, into a huge payday. And as a result, after basically Solomon managed to do what his mother did and build a company out of nothing, he effectively said, I am not going to fall into the same mistakes my mother did. And he created his company to be entirely family run. And that led to a series of other issues that would eventually lead for them to cut corners in the absolute worst way possible in order to make the best product possible. And that's the real tragedy, is that...
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Oh gosh.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
Is while he was driven, and all Herstons are driven to succeed because it's just their culture. They developed a ego that has basically been running the Herstons since, not Solomon, but since Ariel, I want to say. Yeah, since Ariel Hurston. And they make really good fucking weapons. Their weapons are just really good. No matter what, they're just fucking good. And that's the kicker about it. They're sons of bitches, but they make good products. The products just do what they say on the tin and more than that. They're just good at what they do. It just so happens that what they do is merchants of death.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
First time listener, long time caller. This is Lambo's wife. What is your least favorite color? I don't have a least favorite color. I have colors that I don't like because I wouldn't wear them, or I think would look bad on most things, and that's what yellow. Like bright yellow. I find it hard to make bright yellow look good. Like this sort of goldish sort of like hue is okay. And it stands out for what its purpose is here, for like warning stripes. But if you try to like take a vehicle and make it a brighter version of this, it just looks like a school bus.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Boop. There it goes into existence. You see, Yogi made a clarifying post about how the new focus groups will work. No, but I do want to look at those. I'll probably look at those later today. Depends on how long we go. Because right now we're at 3:20. Yeah, we're still about 8 minutes away from the end of from ending this giveaway and doing the next one. Based on the loading screens, do you think they're going to fix terraforming mistakes they made with Microtech, like the new planet biomes? Maybe. I think it's definitely going to be something they're going to use to retcon environments they've done already. I don't know if they'll fix Microtech. They may make areas of Microtech that they are using the new techniques on, which is an excuse for them to test out some of the biomes. But I don't know if it should be Microtech, or it might even be Warville. Because Hurston doesn't give a shit. They may even terraform some of the moons. I didn't, but I should. Because I've got Kovalex. I'll get that one. Hey, Paul, when's the last time you did a pub crawling game? Man, it's been a while. I do plan on doing that eventually. That'll be a good thing to do with the league at some point. But yeah. It's in the unverified tab in some cases. I don't think it's available unless you have better rep. Yeah, it's just headhunters right now. Every station has a bar, I think. No, actually, I don't know if many of them do. No, they all do. No, they all have bars. Every station in Stanton has a bar. I still say that you do not have there's really no, like, the bars that you find on space stations aren't actual bars. They're like Red Lobster. They're not real bars. They're franchises. The bars that actually matter are bars like, you know, the named bars. Let's hurt all three. The one area team is called G-Lock. Hello, learned scholar Paul. Which unfinished ship in your fleet are you looking forward to the most? With love from the Nix system. Perseus. I really only have a handful of ships that are unfinished that are that I have in my hangar. One of which is the Perseus. The other one's the Banu Merchantman. MANCHACA is Wally's, yeah. I technically have a complete CCU chain for a ironclad assault, but yeah. Surely CIG will give you a pub crawling base hub unit once you get your high rep enough with the Pubs for Citizens gang. Iron Chud Asphalt, yes. The Waffle House. That's the name of my ironclad assault. It's going to be called the Waffle House. Yes. That is the name of my ironclad assault. None of you take that. You'll forget about it until it comes to the time to name things, and you'll see the Waffle House come down. 07 Banner Merchantman, maybe someday. How many ATLSs will you fit into it? Yes. I need a company of mechs. And the way they'll be deployed is I will fly upside down over the battlefield, and they will jump out with their jump jets out of the top and then flip over to land on the ground. A regiment's a lot. This didn't say division or corps. 108, yeah. And you got to remember, a company is not a company doesn't include all combat personnel. That's just it's all support as well. I mean, I named my hold on. I named my my Corsair. It's named the Ryoma, after the goat himself, Sakamoto Ryoma. I will do that with other historical figures as well. What's going to be new in Nyx? So we've got a couple of things. One, we've got the Shattered Blade. Two, we've got the People's Alliance of Levski. Three, we've got the Moraine. Then you probably have the Gray's Market. Got a lot of new stuff there. He says that for the 5% of people who will get it. What, Sakamoto Ryoma? Yeah, nobody knows who the fuck Sakamoto Ryoma is unless you were born in Japan and went to school in Japan or know history. Like, I may even name a ship after Antonio Gramsci. I might just be cheeky and name my Banu Merchantman the Gramsci. Speculate further. In terms of mechanics, we know that CIG has talked about instanced Vanduul stuff, so there'll definitely be Vanduuls. The Vanduul will be there as well. I really hope they allow for dupe names. Because I think the idea of limiting it only to one name per ship chassis is stupid. Yeah. I still got 4 hours and 19 minutes to go. We've been streaming for 9 hours and 34 minutes. We did the captain's table. I streamed with Space Tomato and played with one of the developers of Jump Space to play Jump Space. Will they add more planets? Probably not. I mean, there is no more planets in there. I don't think they'll add new planets because there were like 3 planets there. They may add moons to the gas giant, because there's a gas giant. It's like 3 planets and a gas giant. But the big thing is the asteroid belt. The asteroid belt has got a ton of locations in it. Oh, no, I think they'll definitely give us Vanduul and Nyx before Squadron comes out. Because they've all but given up the game. That their plan is to test Squadron sneakily through Star Citizen. We'll do these missions real quick, and then we'll I'll pull up some of the stuff they've been talking about. Wait, you can name any ship now? No, you can't. But some ships you were able to name when you purchased them. So, like my Corsair had the Corsair had the purchasable name. So if like you pre-purchased it, you have a name. In fact, if you bought a Corsair right now, you can name it with cash. Same with the 600i. Same with the Carrack. The Idris.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Yeah, I have the 9070 XT. That's what I'm running right now with this.
Space lasers.
And I had the 2070 Super before.
Ever.
Basically, you're going to where I am. It's great.
Game.
Some hiccups, nothing awful. Yeah, NPCAI is the same.
Fixer 113 has subscribed.
Thank you, Fixer, for that Twitch Prime sub. You were very important, Pub. Very impressive, Pennsylvania pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. We're getting close. I think it's like 1 or 2 more subs away from hitting that limit. That's when we'll end the giveaway that we're currently doing, and we'll start the last giveaway. Reclaimer can be named, yeah. I think the biggest change was that I also updated my CPU from what it was before, an old like Intel i7 11700K, to a AMD Ryzen 7 9800 X3D. That was a huge difference. Is that it? I think that's it. Steakaroo. Excellent, Midnight. Excellent.
Stekuru just gifted 10 subs.
Woo! Thank you for giving those 10 subs there, Steakaroo. You're a very important pupper, very impressive Mr. Fanny pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. That means we're gonna wrap this up. I'm gonna give, since we got a couple more people showed up recently, exclamation point giveaway in chat. Follow that link.
Just gifted 2 subs.
Thank you so much, y'all. You rock. So click that link, and that will get you entered into it. But we're going to be drawing that here in a moment, because now we're at 4 hours and 53 minutes left. I've been streaming for 9 hours and 39 minutes, so we're definitely over 14 hours. Maximum is 18. So the last one, if we hit that 18-hour mark, which would be fantastic, we'll be giving away a Apollo. The next giveaway is going to be a Meteor, an RSI Meteor, LTI game package, the whole works. Until then, I'm an AM4, 32 gigabytes DDR4 RAM, 57 hertz. That's fine. Yeah.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Okay, game.
You can
You want
even
to do
take
this?
away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Paul just resubscribed for 4 months.
Cool. Thank you so much for that. 4 months of support. You're very important, Pub. We're very impressed with Mr. Vandy Pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Okay. Let's see how we can get this to work. Because this won't work. So, what I need is something to jump on. Coralie! Got a hype train going on.
Karalite just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you so much for giving those 5 subs. You're very important, Pub. We're very impressive, Pennsylvania pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers, Jay. Y'all. Shots and cheers. We're definitely way over that now. We're at 5 hours and 12 minutes left. So yeah, that's... Yeah. Yeah, well past midnight. Level 3 hype train. There's nothing here. I'm gonna try something. Who desires an entry for Greg and Shrimp? What? A scam train. Yes.
Drinks all around.
Let's party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. Come on and put your lips together. Blow the candle out. Party like it's your birthday.
Oh yeah.
Party like
Pregnant
it's your
shrimp.
birthday. I wanna make you feel real special. Put your name in lights. We are gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday. Blow the candle out.
CD Squirrel just got a sub from Heath Cools. Heath Cools gifted a tier 1 sub to CD Squirrel.
Eat Keels, thank you so much for gifting that tier 1 sub to CD Squirrel. You're both very important puppers, very impressive business, very neat pedestrians. Y'all rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. When switching back from Vulkan to DirectX 11, should I plan to clear my shaders after I log? But before I log back in the game, chat, I think so. The Gregan shrimp? Okay. Like old Greg? What you doing in waters? I'm old Greg. It's from an old Markiplier thing. Will it be okay if I send it down? It's going to be dicey, but yeah, I think I can do that.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been moved. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Pregante. Pregnants? Yeah. The Mighty Boosh. Check something. Ever drank Bailey's from a shoe?
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle. Your vehicle has been delivered. Please visit us again. Bye.
Ah, they're still there. Woo! How you doing there, Vexa?
Systems activating. Systems on.
Restoring the ship, bring it back to fix the bug? Yes. Basically, it wasn't letting me raise up out of the, there. There's another way of doing it, which is just getting into the ship and flying it out of the area to reset it. And you can do that if you have boxes, because you can, like, jump on top of boxes and then jump into the actual, like, over here to the left, there's actually an airlock. Has anyone seen a purple thistle-like flower in Star City that's harvestable? Yes. I've seen it, but I don't know where you can find it. I think it's Microtech.
Landing gear up.
Hey, Galactic Elf, how you doing? No, I don't know what it's called. If you look up on the Star Citizen wiki, it might have the harvestables listing. Can't wait till illumination is improved. I wanted to play today until I crashed out in the dark side of the moon because I couldn't see the ground. I think I found some in CFP outposts on Bloom. Okay. Again, last chance to enter. Once I pick up these missions and deliver them, we'll close it out. We still got 5 hours to go. 5 hours and 5 minutes.
Quantum fuel, 75%.
That seems odd. Oh yeah, we're at 14, almost 15 hours, yeah. I'm gonna stream for at least 5 more hours. At most, I'll stream for another... just under 8 hours. I've been streaming for 9 hours so far. Basically, that number goes up to a maximum of 18, depending on how long you've depending on how much you donate, subscribe, all that sort of stuff. How do you enter? It should say exclamation point giveaway, but I'm going to do this because for some reason my bot isn't working on YouTube. There you go. That link. What's the SCU capacity of the raft? First time seeing one that cargo grid looks nice and easy to use. It's very easy to use. It's 120, I want to say. It's basically 4 32 SCU containers. No, 8 at 32 STU containers. 192. Okay. For its price in game, it's a steal. It's only like 3-something million in game. I come from Eve, so explore, make money, fight. And exploration isn't really going to be in the gameplay loop. But yeah, there's plenty of fighting. Plenty of making money opportunities. Just remember, everything is first person in Star Citizen, so, and larger ships require multiple people to run. So you can't run like a gigantic ship on your own. So if you're looking, Merle, if you're looking for what package you should get, the cheapest package that's available, which is $45. I think it might be on discount, but I don't think so. $45. It's like the basic pack or something like that. It's got a Mustang Alpha. I'll give you the link again there here in a moment. Shortology, hold on.
Landing gear down.
Landing complete.
There you go.
Sly_5 just resubscribed for 77 months.
77 months. Fuck, man. Thank you so much. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive, Mr. Very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in the chat. You all shots and cheers. Okay, you said it earlier. Emero said, hey, you're the first Star Citizen streamer that popped up for me when I searched. Finally have a PC that can run the game. Should I get the Avenger Titan or the Anvil starter, Aero starter pack? So you're going to hear people, Emero, that tell you to get the Avenger Stalker. You can. Bye.
Sly_5 just gifted 10 subs.
Thank you so much for that 10 subs of support there, Sly-Fi. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive. Very production. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Oh, and they're giving one bonus from Valorant.
Valorant just gifted 3 subs.
Thank you so much. Y'all rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. So yeah, I would say the Mustang Alpha package. Let me see if I can pull it up myself. I'll walk you through it real quick.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
Gifted Lunam, a membership. Luna Maria celebrates 23 months of membership. We just like keeping you dancing tears of joy.
Thank you so much for that 23 months of membership on YouTube there, Luna. You're a very important public, very impressive, very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. I just added your time up there as well. We're at 5 hours and 55 minutes. We are well above. So we've got 15, almost 16 hours. Hey, Fenrir. So let me pull these up real quick, and then I'll show you what it is. All right, let me show you this real quick.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No pews.
But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
6 hours left. 6 hours and 33 minutes left. So yeah, 16 hours and 33 minutes. Took a while for it to hit, I guess.
Fenrir 5-star just resubscribed for 3 months.
Thank you for that.
Figured he'd show some love and FWAS, wondering if questions are open.
Very sure Love was wondering if questions are open. You can always ask questions, yeah, but the questions themselves aren't open now. Of course, the nice Black SC dropped some stuff.
Valorant just gifted 2 subs.
Thank you for gifting those 2 subs there, Valorant, as well as Midnight Black SC for gifting those other subs. Let's see if it comes in. We gotta got one from Valorant. Applied Sciences is in research. It's by the shaft where you go down to the very bottom to escape.
Midnight Black SC just gifted 10 subs.
You all are all very important pumpers, very impressive pistons. Thank you so much, Midnight Black, for giving those subs. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. All right. So let me show you this. So, we said for the person who was still here, who was new. Sorry, got caught up in all this. Emerald. So this is the package you want to get. This is $45. It comes with 6 months of insurance, 1,000 AUEC, Star Citizen digital download, you got 6 months of insurance. Now, insurance isn't the important thing to understand about insurance. Is that insurance is Insurance is payable in game. So that means you have 6 months, real months, where you don't have to pay to replace your ship. And you'll have to up your insurance if you want to have more protection or if you want to extend it beyond 6 months. Now, if you want to, I would suggest, if you haven't already made an account, I would suggest using my referral, Star Citizen, I think in chat, which will give you my referral. That'll give you a bonus, a huge bonus when you sign up, and it gives me a little perk if you're signing up. But I would definitely get this over anything else, because if you like it, if you like the game and you want to get a slightly better ship, you can always pay a little extra money, pay the difference between these through an upgrade system. So it would be like $20, right? Yeah, $20 to go from this to the Avenger. Now the advantage of this over the Avenger is that it's cheaper. But the Avenger is simply a sort of upgunned and up low area, like cargoed version of this. I would almost never suggest getting a Arrow because the Arrow is pure combat. Let me turn off my. This right here is pure combat. So you can't do anything but fight. This gives you fighting capabilities and also some cargo space. So if you need to transport like armor or weapons or just do some cargo missions. And if you really want a true generalist, this is the best starter. This gives you cargo. It gives you plenty of space. It gives you a bed. It gives you a lot of advantages. But the thing is, it's really easy to earn ships in game. It's not guaranteed that they'll keep for long, but you can rent and earn ships in game fairly quickly. You said you're an Eve vet, so you'll be able to get to the rhythm of it pretty easy. Yeah, and insurance doesn't matter for release. Insurance will not actually happen until 1.0. So you basically don't have to pay for anything until 1.0, and then it'll go live. The smartest people in the game purchase this package and then nothing else. And they still have stuff in game. No problem. I've done this. I've been following Star Citizen for a very long time. So. But just like an Eve, the best way to play the game is often with other people. So there's plenty of organizations that exist. You'll even find some organizations that existed in Eve in Star Citizen. Though not nearly with as much power as they used to, as they have in Eve. There's also a lot more PvE content in Star Citizen right now. There's some PvP content, but it's not nearly as engaging or as well fleshed out as the PvE content. Yeah, just like any elite, you don't fly without rebuy. Yeah, component coverage will be a thing. Cargo coverage will be a thing. But yeah, you'll also find a lot of Eve veterans in Star Citizen. Honestly, aftermarket editions, I don't want them to cover player-made editions. I think they should cover it for cash in terms of its value, but not actually replacement. Because that means that if you really want to get it replaced, you have to go back to the person and pay for it. In the future is a huge amount of answers for stuff in Star Citizen. It is. For good or for ill, it is. But when you're purchasing something with real cash, especially if you're a new citizen, there's just no reason to like buy anything more than the starter package. There's not a lot of incentive to. Like, most people will play an entire career's worth of gameplay with Star Citizen before the next feature is released. I am a good pilot. There you go. Oh, it's going to ArcCorp. Gosh, I thought it was going somewhere else. No, it's going... Everest is, Hurston. Let's do a quick bounce. How would you design the Anvil Pegasus competitor to fit it in war? Or Anvil Perseus competitor? Take the size 10 railgun of the Idris and build a ship around it. And then stick a bunch of other guns on top, size 5s. Give it like a turret battery of like 2 to 3 size 5s. So it's got guns and armor. It's slow as hell, but it will absolutely destroy anything around it. Thanks for your input. I've got the Star Citizen starter pack. Awesome. I assume you already had a account, so. Quad size 5s, something like that. And maybe not the big turrets, just give it a bunch of smaller turrets and a big size 10 railgun. I think you can as well. So try exclamation point ref, R-E-F. Then I give you the link. There it is. There's the code. They wouldn't have a carrier. Anvil's not really a carrier type company. The way they build stuff is just put a big gun and armor on something and make it go fast, or make it maneuverable. How goes the cargo hauling? Goes good. This is my my 0 to hero count. Whenever I say that, people are like, "Why are you in a raft?" It's like, because I'm like on hour 60 of my 0 to hero count. Like I have 600k. Counterpoint, their primary capital ship is are both more support oriented. Counterpoint, there are too many goddamn carriers in Star Citizen. Not every capital ship needs to have a carrier capability. There needs to be a capital ship that's just designed to have just punch. And Anvil is the perfect one for that. It already has a carrier, the Liberator. No, I don't own a Javelin. I don't own any capital ships, other than I think a BMM. Also, I think the thing I just described wouldn't be a Perseus competitor, it'd be a Polaris competitor. Basically a complement to the Polaris. The Polaris is DPS and speed. With this Anvil Corvette would be a gun Corvette. To basically work alongside a Polaris. Man alive, I haven't been to too many places in Pyro besides ASD initial stuff. But yesterday being in Prophet's Peak in Pyro 4 and a ground mission on Ignis today, some mountain region has been breathtaking. Yes. No, it's amazing. Yes, I'm a terrible supporter of the Headhunters. Dibley, you're speaking to a dyed-in-the-wool Headhunters supporter. I too support the Headhunters. I am not evil. I simply support Pyro for its original inhabitants. And I do not like the Karens coming in and trying to establish an HOA to kick out all the local residents. Right now I'm getting 140 FPS. My specs, I used to have my specs posted, but I have a new bot, so I'm gonna have to copy it over. But the shortest answer is I have a Ryzen 7 9800X 3D, 48 gigabytes of DDR5 RAM, a 4 terabyte SSD, and a 9070 XT, AMD 9070 XT. Where is that freaking landing zone? I wouldn't upgrade just for Star Citizen, but I had a really old rig and I needed to update because I needed to future-proof myself for another 5 years or so. Oh, you hit tab twice. Oh, nice. Didn't know that. I'll show you again as well. Now I'm in Lorville. I'm getting about 50 FPS. And it'll go up as I get a little closer. Yeah, the CPU is the most important thing for Star Citizen. That's why I had a deal where the 9800 X3D was only $20 more expensive than the 7600 or 7800 X3D, and I was just like, sold. $20 for significant improvements? Yes. I was watching for an hour. I was wondering why I showed 504 watching. Sorry about that. Oh yeah, by the way, for the new guy, welcome to Lorville. Max Q, fuck off. No one's fucking here. Yeah, will 16 gigabytes of VRAM be enough? Should be. That's what I have. Oh yeah, with new Vulcan, for sure. You want at least 24 gigabytes? Nah. Only if you're doing like straight up 4K stuff. VRAM? No, 32 gigabytes of VRAM is not recommended. What's recommended is like 6 gigabytes of VRAM. Oh, you're thinking like a regular RAM. Yeah, it's actually 16 for CIG. Nice, stretching. So basically, you can see when you go to the landing zones, your FPS drops a lot, but I'm still getting much better performance in landing zones than I did when I was before like 4.0, especially with my old rig. Yeah, the game will let you eat. It'll eat up to 22 gigabytes of RAM if you let it, for sure. It's not optimized yet. That's one of the things that Vulkan will help do. With Vulkan, should I switch? Switch to what? Switch to Vulkan? No. Not until it's fully released. Oh yeah, they fixed performance a lot over the last couple of months. Vulkan should be released here into its first sort of 1.0 state before the end of the year. And that should improve it if you have low-end specs. But like if you have a high-end spec, you'll get like a couple of FPS. Like I'll go from like 50 to like 48 to 50 FPS to like 60 FPS at most. But if you are getting like 30 FPS, it should jump you up to like 50. In the last Vulkan, I didn't see an increase in FPS, but the memory was better. But memory use was better. So there was less stuttering and making it feel better. Yeah. The thing about Vulkan is it helps to really bring up the lows rather than increase the highs. But they'll get to dedicated 60 FPS. I remember when people were saying this was going to be impossible. Okay.
Warning.
Landing gear up. Landing gear down.
What the fuck are you doing? It's not my ship. Like, even my main account doesn't own a Connie. I don't know what the fuck this is. Dark Connie. Right now, it's more taxing on... Oh, he disappeared. Okay. Come on down. Come on down, nice and easy. There we go. Nah. It's not possessed. It's just happy, that's all. Where do you find the max lift gun? Any of the cargo stations. So if you go to like to a station that's in low orbit, you'll find it in the cargo centers. You have to go to like where you would go to the food courts. There's now a cargo center. We can go buy them. I always said the reason why Sony bought Firesprite was to get exclusive control to Squadron for console. I wouldn't be surprised if Firesprite was the company that actually ports Squadron to console. That would make too much sense. Yeah, sure, Dredgen. Just let me know when you're if I'm streaming, if you want to join me. Possessed and happy are not mutually exclusive. Yeah, it's fine. What's the hill you want to die on, Captain Jakaro? What's the small rework? Oh, it completed it. Neat. All right, let's see what the Rendwin folks will give me. Wow, the rookies are fucking 117? Jesus Christ. Jesus fuck. These both the same? Yeah, they are. Yeah, you can use the Asgard for this. For this specific... Was everyone at Dupree right now? That's 6. Huh.
Fenrir Firestar just gifted 2 subs.
Thank you for gifting those 2 subs there, Fenrir. You're a very important pupper, very impressive, Mr. Very neat pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, yo. Shots and cheers. Let's go up. We are now at 6 hours and 8 minutes left. We've been streaming for 10 hours and 30 minutes. 32 minutes. So we're at 16 hours and 40 minutes. Hey, Mr. Knuckin' Fox.
Landing gear up.
Thank you, Fenrir. Dogfights and PvE in Pyro at 75 FPS is glorious. Yeah. Nobody fucking goes to Pyro, man. It's one of the best optimized systems, and no one goes there, so it doesn't have any problems. There's 9. Could there be more? think that's it. I have a weapon. What's the trick of doing these missions effectively? Luck, but also just practice.
Landing gear down. Landing gear up.
So get the Redwood missions. Then go. You basically have to find the missions that are all from one place. So, for instance, I found them all coming from the Dupree Industrial Manufacturing Facility. You can find them in the small hauling. Once you find them, the pickups and the drop-offs should be the same. And then once you've done that, you have all. You can click accept them all, and then go to the location marked. Find a cargo elevator, and then raise it up, raise them up. Do you have an atlas with you at all? No, but I do have a tractor beam. So once I raise it up, I can just go back into my ship and then pull it up. It's a PvP hotspot? I thought it was a PvE hotspot. PvP, all those rich contracts going in. Yeah, but I mean, you can't use any of the cargo that I have. All you can do is just kill me. What am I wanting to do in game today? I'm mostly just grinding up my reputation and money for Zero to Hero. I just want to land and get rid of this so I can actually give away this ship and get some food. Not with this one. I see what you're trying. I know what you want in this case, but this is it's a separate character that I'm trying to keep separate for it. In the future, if I were playing my main account, yeah, sure. Any opinions on the Fresnel? Seems like a power creep to me. What's the Fresnel? Oh, the Volt LMG. Oh, it's fine. Yeah, you go much slower when it's equipped. Fresnel? Okay. Oh yeah, it's probably gonna get nerfed at some point. All right, I'm going to show you another trick here, chat.
Landing gear down.
Good luck there, buddy. Yeah, no, like I said, in the future, I definitely wouldn't mind you hanging around, and we do lore expeditions. You can hang around, and we can like show you some ropes and stuff like that. Is Tomato here? All right, chat. I'm gonna show you the secret.
Welcome to the ACE. Your vehicle has been replaced.
Look, it's gone, chat. You know where it went? Here. It's a bug. This is something they'll fix at some point, but this is a bug. Then I can go. Yeah, you have to be careful with how you do it. It works with the raft really well.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval. Your vehicle. Please visit us again.
So I'm looking at like 700K, 800K. Disclaimer, the cargo has to be under your ship. Yeah, it has to be under your ship, and it has to be centralized. All right, I'll be right back, chat.
Mission complete. Burrito I eat. There you go.
Barcelona! Barcelona!
Weapons free, y'all.
Stand by for tight.
Everybody and his dog calls himself Hal.
Stand by for Titanfall.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Stand by for Titanfall.
This is a tradition. When I leave, turn off the fun button. No more fun button. Noisy mics. When I leave, they spam all the audio cues. I put a cooldown on freedom, and people fucking rioted. All right. Closing the giveaway. Good luck to everyone who entered. And the winner is Daza, or Daz69. Nice underscore. We also need Bishop whispering, go. Congrats, Daz. Oh, and you're a sub, too. Follow me forever. Jesus. Just, hit you up on the Twitch asking for your email so I can send you the package. Guys, has been sent. Gotta love sandwiches. Roast beef and provolone Subway sandwich. Well, it's from Jersey Mike's, but. Next giveaway is the RSI Meteor. And right now, it looks like we're at 16 hours, almost 17 hours. So we're like an hour plus a little. Meteor is a interceptor. It's a heavy interceptor. It's got twin size 4 bespokes, or size 5 bespokes, I think. Internal cabin plus like weapons rack. Yeah, it has a bed. Oh yeah, far too expensive. If we hit 18 hours, what I'll do is we'll pull the meteor pretty much instantly, and then we'll give away the RSI Apollo triage that I have. Mm-hmm. Awesome, Daz. You're getting me for almost 18 hours so far. You're gonna have to get me eating a little bit of dinner.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Rapscallywag just resubscribed for 5 months. 07.
Thank you for that 5 months of support there. Rap Skywalker, you're a very important pupper, very impressive, very impressive. You rock. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Almost done. Always funky.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
Saizai has subscribed.
Sai, thanks for the Twitch Prime sub. You're very important. Ooh, very important pupper. Very impressive, Mr. Very any bit of pedestrian. This is your fault. You're the reason why I drink at night. You're the reason why I drink at night. Gosh darn. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Whew. I'll update the giveaway here in a bit. And I'm done. Eating in front of 200 plus people takes confidence. It just takes empty brain. You know it, baby. Real talk, matching pants, shoes. Oh no, I have shorts on. Yeah, no, I gotta update it. Wash my hands or something? I could. Just a sandwich.
Systems activating. Systems on.
All right. When I come back, with some water, we'll set up the giveaway and we'll do that one. We've still got 5 hours and 49 minutes to go. I'm streaming for about 11 hours. So we're at like 16 hours and 47 minutes. 46 minutes. So we've got an hour and 15 we can add to the total. How much is this ship in game? 3 point something million. So not that expensive. I think you can rent it too. All right, be right back. I'll turn your fun button on so you can go crazy again. How long to the next giveaway? Either at the end of the stream or when, but I'll set up the giveaway when I come back. It'll either be at the end of the stream or when we reach 18 hours total. So if we add an hour and 15 minutes to the clock.
Barcelona! 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 Barcelona!
Genesis. Genesis. Genesis.
Barcelona! Barcelona!
Good news, everyone!
Barcelona! Barcelona!
Drugs.
Barcelona! Barcelona!
Good news, everyone!
Weapons free, y'all.
All right. Let's set this up and get started. Later, Mason.
Shinobi Trip _ just gifted 5 subs.
Woo! Thank you, Shinobi, for those 5 subs. You're very important, Papa. Very impressed, Mr. Any pedestrian. This your fault. Return drinking night. Shots and cheers and chat, yo. Shots and cheers. We are currently up to 17 hours. We've got 6 hours left. We've been streaming for 11 hours, so 17 hours in like 4 minutes. So we just need 55 minutes, and that'll be the last little hump. Currently have the Apollo triage. Oh, wait. Hold up. I gave away the wrong thing. That's why. I did the wrong thing. I refunded everything. There we go. Done.
Drugs.
This is for YouTube.
Good news,
YouTube.
everyone!
Boom.
Drugs.
Paul, is there somewhere in Discord I can ask anyone want to run Star Citizen? Yeah, in this Star Citizen Discord. All right. There we go. All right. So let's try this. To enter for the giveaway for a meteor. Exclamation point giveaway. Here goes nothing, chat. Hey, look, it's a very loud ship right there. Cargo raft. Okay. Raft. Raft. Claim room. Wait, this is Outlaws? I requested a hangar. There is no hangar. See anything? There's nothing, chat.
Systems activating.
Okay.
Systems on.
This is going to be really weird, chat, but try to not get caught with my pants down. Fuck me. Getting out. That's definitely a scout.
Landing gear up. Landing gear down. Landing gear up.
Here's a loot this place? I don't know. If Rockstar sells GTA 6 for $40, they make the same the first week as GTA 5. They have made 2.4 billion in a week. Yeah, you missed who got the Prowler. It was Daz69. There's too many wrecks down there. You know what I can do? Hold on, I have a plan. I have a plan, chat. Trust the plan. Hard landing, but I got it done. What am I doing? Doing that. It's here.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage.
Are y'all ready for this, chat? This is gonna be a little harder, but not impossible.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again.
I need to go get this thing stealthed out. This would be a good start. Okay, so we're going to put this in the shields.
Landing gear raised.
All right. So this is gonna get exciting. Let's make this exciting. Actually, wait, I have to do this. What is my range right now? Oh, Anansi is here. Anansi, was that fucking you? Here we go. Here we go, chat. How do I even use that damn tractor beam? That's a Hornet.
Contact.
It's firing at him. Who the fuck keeps hitting this guy? Arrow. There's so many arrows. Shield's almost down.
Shield depleted. Contact.
There's two of them. God, there's a lot of them, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna die. Yeah, do it. It's all right. I'm not really designed for a fighter in that thing. So the answer is there's a bug that can make you make 900, like basically a million UEC, but it's just a PvP paradise. Effectively, just people are just hopping in their ships and be like, cool, people are going to come here, so we're going to shoot it. So it's not really worth it. Thank you for the update, though. It's good to know. I knew I wasn't going to win that fight. But I was hoping that I could get more people in to fight each other. It's basically letting you stack 9 missions on top of each other. Each mission is 100k UEC. Do jump town like bug? Yeah, you need to have a lot of people to lock it down, though, because you're going to have to fight a lot of other folks.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your insurance claim has been sent. Please visit us again. Goodbye. Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Please visit us again.
It's not really soloable. I'll just say that.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your insurance claim, your vehicle has please visit us again. Bye. Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Vehicle selected. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again.
All right. So I have a plan now. I'm going to do something a little fun. Is the entrance over here? No, it's over here. There it is. Go to sleep, Astropub, wake up. Astropub, wake up to Astropub. Must be Christmas. Yes, indeed. The fuck do you mean obstructed? There we go. I'm soloable. Zabinski. Well, it was going fine, and then we discovered a brand new bug, Jumptown bug, where you can get 1,000,000 UEC for one mission. But apparently everybody else has discovered this bug as well, and so PvPers are just showing up to just fight over it. No problem, Zavinsky. Still got 5 hours and 26 minutes to go. Again, if we hit the full 18 hours, right now we're at 17. We're at 16. No, 17:04, I think. So, like 55 minutes. we hit the full 18 hours, we'll be able to vote? No. But we'll be giving, once we hit that full 18-hour limit, we'll close the current giveaway and give that away, and then we'll start the last giveaway, which is the Apollo. What I wouldn't do to get paid to play Star Citizen. It's nice. But I'm more than just to play Star Citizen. I'm here to entertain you and inform you. And I'm the dumbass who still has to stream for 5 hours, who's already been streaming for 11 hours. Of course. God, they've already... Alright, I'm fucking off. That is a crew doing the mission. So where else can you find it? It's not on... Is it... On Ariel? It's in Crusader, right? I don't know. Are you entertained? It's in Daymar. Oh, I do flail around. What I'm trying to do is go to the Hathor sites and raid them for parts. If that doesn't work, then I'll just hop servers and see if I can't do this thing on a different server. The trick on a different server. Paul gives me a remembrance revive from Horus Heresy times. Need to get him a big tome and carry around in bed game. Are you actually doing hauling missions or messing with the PvP folks there? I'm trying to do the actual hauling missions, but the fact that every single raft that shows up there just gets immediately shot down, I was just like, I knew that was going to happen the second I started seeing an M50 fly over. So I just fucked off. So I decided, you know what would be a good idea is to try to do some Hathor stuff. To try to get myself to be a little bit more stealthy. Because if I can get stealthy with Hathor, stealthy stuff for Hathor, I might be able to sneak in there, load up and leave before anyone knows I'm there. I could still be wrong about that Gray's Market thing, Dibley. I just don't think it's that wrong because it works. It just really fits. One ship over there, so I think people have abandoned this, really. Two cutters. A saber. Great. This is the bunker. That's not good. Definitely got a red contact. Yep, he's already on me. Fuck, everyone's around here. Yeah, I'm just gonna hop servers. No one could foresee Dupree sparking the Emperor of Mankind's wrath. Yeah. I'm honestly underwhelmed. I can't think of anything that could realistically say that would excite me. We know that all the good stuff is another year or more out. What's good stuff? All right, Cena. Maelstrom, base building, Knicks, etc. So you're not excited for engineering? Engineering should be less than a year out. Probably 6 months. CIG thinks they can get it done, or hopes they can get it done, at least into their testing phase by the end of the year. So it should be out sometime next year, sometime early next year, not like the end of next year. It's the third time they brought engineering to CitizenCon? Probably more than that, honestly. Are these the fucking... Yeah, these are the fucking... What are they called? The mules. The cutters that I saw at Hathor. Whenever CIG says something's going to make it in, never expect it to be anything but the bare bones basics. Oh no, engineering is one of those things that's going to be constantly working over the years. Like, it's not going to be a one and done thing. But anything that CIG releases is going to be, puts on the roadmap. Like, if they put down just like, oh yeah, we're doing scanning, it's like, that's not going to happen. Scanning isn't coming in with scanning. It's going to be a couple of aspects of scanning, and that's it. I love the contested zones, but bummer on the elevators at the end. Or are there what they call exec hangars, executive elevators? What do you mean? Poppin' servers. Because US is always a shit show. Are there issues with ships or components being properly claimed at the end? If you're able to survive CZs? Sometimes, yeah. Yeah, their long-term persistence sucks ass. That's the problem. Not only that, but do we need to wipe everything each patch? I want to decorate my ships and hangar, but what's the point? It's gone 2 weeks after I'm done. Yeah, that's another problem. Is that this relentless patch cycle is basically making it so people just hop on, play the new content, and maybe some other stuff, but there's no real buy-in and long-term dedication.
Vehicle retrieval system. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit.
Alright, I'm gonna take one to get there. And if it's filled with shit, then I'm gonna leave. Yesterday, after one year, I came back to Star Citizen. Man, the keybinds is just a nightmare. So many useless spines and duplicates. Don't they have someone to take care of such mess? No, not really. They have people who look at it every so often to clean it up, but generally speaking, no. Now, you know you can like set your keybinds and then export it and then use it again. Nah, 1.1 won't do the same YPBS. They couldn't afford that. What menus, Acton? Looks clean so far. Game menus, keybinds. To my understanding, Flash isn't a bad system. Holy fuck, never mind. Fuck. It's an Argo raft. It's another Argo raft. Of course.
Landing gear down.
It looks like nobody's here to fuck with anybody else. So I'm gonna park my happy ass over here. What is bro doing? You're just gonna blow me up, then blow me up. Is he gonna ram me? What he's trying to do? What do you want, my dude? Oh, shit. little paranoid about what's going on, so I'm just gonna do this. Why would you want my loot? You can't actually sell any of the stuff that I have. Go. This may just look like normal gameplay, but I am fucking butt punched right now. There are so many people flying around who all are heavily armed. I think that Connie's actually patrolling for defense. They're like going around to see if there's anybody starting shit. Because they were definitely looking at me very, very seriously. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? I'm like, I'm just fuck off, motherfucker. Just doing trading. That is a out of control cutlass. It needs to be a precision mode. 9. I'm stacking 9 cargo missions. Oh, Q is precision? Oh, nice. Good to know. I knew it was a button at one point. All right, 2 seconds, chat. Hopefully I don't blow up while I'm doing this.
Stand by for Titanfall.
Yeah, of course.
Yep,
I'm going up.
Genesis.
He soft decked me. All right. So the answer is don't do this because it's just asking for trouble unless you have actual cover. Not going to do it for 0 to hero. Oh, they have a fucking Polaris. Yeah, I think this would actually be a good place for lore to lock down if we can do this in the future. Yeah, it's just ganking. These people are ganking for hauling missions. Well, if I had been able to load everything up, I would have been able to get out some of it at the very least. Now, do I wait for people to show up? Is that a tack hitting that thing? Why is he fucking off? Go on, buddy. Land. Land. I could use the ride. What's hitting him? Shit. It's just one dude, or two dudes in a fucking Polaris. That's it. And they feel invincible because they're in a Polaris. And the dude can't even fucking fly his Polaris properly. Alright. That was a stream snipe? Probably. Yeah, they're gankers, not pirates. Oh, I forgot to change the title, didn't I? My bad. No, we're still here. Oh, you are absolute dumbasses. There are like 4 of you. Oh, now you run. Nice stream sniping, dumbass. Come on, hit me. Come on, hit me. You are awful at this. Come on. Yeah, that's right. Hit the ground. Hit the ground. I should have just waited. These geniuses would have sat down, gotten out, trying to grab stuff. I'm walking, dude. I'm literally walking. You still can't hit shit. Chicken shits. Oh my god, yes! Keep doing that, dumbass! Keep shooting him, Saber. I'm pretty sure the Saber is shooting at him. Is that Polaris going to get taken out by a Saber? That's Twitch for you there, Pickles. Coming back.
spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
We will turn off where he is right now.
Pickles5 has subscribed.
Oh no, he didn't get bored. He got absolutely fucking dominated by a cyber by a saber. Thank you so much, Pickles. So that's him eating shit right now. That's the saber that was chasing him. No, dual poleros. Not a solo polo, but a duo polo. But the duo polo, it's the guy who's in the gunner seat couldn't hit shit, and the guy who's flying the players is fucking awful at it. It's a Duplo. This isn't mine. This is mine. Oh, baby, yes. Can I please get another ship to come down here? I don't want to have to just quit. This is sort of lame. Come on, players, come back. I don't know what's going on with this ship this now. Yeah, there are no hangars. Well, there might be hangars. No, I can just log out. It's just lame. I'm also stuck here. Hitting all the little buttons that I can think of. No, this is my raft. It's destroyed. Like, it's soft deathed. The non-traversy? Yeah, we talked about the non-traversy. Yeah. People were mad that they spent money on it. Yeah, it's dead. Yeah, it's dead. Yeah, there'll be free ships as long as, I mean, they won't count towards you. I think you'll have to, like, scrap them or do something like that, but yeah. Did Player's Boy fuck off entirely now? Hit that lamppost. I think he's third personing, so he saw me. Yeah, I know. Alright, I'm gonna try to go inside if I can and see if I can't get into the hangar and spawn it. Raft does have weapons. Some minor weapons. They lay off people, then build a movie theater for themselves is lame. Brother, what? If you think CIG built that movie theater yesterday, you're insane. That movie theater was built years ago when they were building the office. Shit. Ah, shit. That was fun while it lasted. Took them 3 years to build it, and they said in the video? Yeah. They shut down a studio. Oh, Asia's done. Okay. On Everest, where to get ammo for your rifles? Everest, I think, has it in the gallery. Oh, we still got 4 hours and 16 minutes. We've been streaming for 12 hours. And 51 minutes. So far, we've done 17, a total of 17 hours. Finally. The 15? Ah, fuck me. There it is. They say one thing and then they give another. Okay. I'll do 3. No, that's 12? What the fuck?
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
It's attachments. Ammo's called attachments.
Your insurance claim has been sent. Thank you. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been. Please visit.
All right, I'm gonna go quick and stealthy.
Origin jump works at your service. Core system operational.
The 315? Yes.
Landing gear raised.
I was having fun trying to get into ships. You may not know this, chat. That is quite literally what I used to do for fun. Is try to board people's ships.
Contact.
That is a Idris. Looks like he's flying out, not facing me.
Landing gear deployed.
Fuck was that? Did he just kamikaze into the ground? Did a gladiator just come after me and kamikaze into the ground? you still alive? That was an NPC. He's trying to shoot me? Let's have your back door open. Please be a dumbass and have your back door open. Way to freak him out, chat. Hey. Slowly. And you gonna blow my ship up there? Oh. All right, I'm gonna try to do this. Not a solo. There were two of them. There's somebody in the front gun too.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your insurance claim has been set. Thank you. Please visit us again.
I'm gonna try it one more time. I know it's the same thing. Yeah, I know, the same thing. What I should have done is I should have just gone around to the other side while he was trying to laser the shit out of that location. And then unloaded and started loading up the ship. Actually, while I'm here. Oh, there's no guns here. I have to go to... We got about 4 hours left, chat. We're still doing a giveaway of a meteor. Exclamation mark giveaway if you want to get into that one. Yeah, we're at 17 hours and like 7 minutes. If we reach the full 18 hours, then we'll do a Apollo giveaway. How that goes up, you subscribe, you donate, you drop bits, that kind of thing. Give subs. I don't think so. I can try. Let me check. This one usually didn't have any in the gallery. No. No, just a food court. They have ship guns. What's a good size 2, chat? Ooh, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I don't think NPC crews are going to be a thing in Star Citizen. When they actually come to it, they'll just say, no, we're not putting NPC crews in. It'll be post 1.0. Because they're not having NPC crews until after 1.0 anyways. It's unbalanced.
Welcome to the
And
ASOP
expensive.
vehicle retrieval system. Vehicle selected. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit.
Yeah, they'll stick to blades. Will they give us anything from multi-game packages? Multiple character slots? My guess is that for each account that has a game, for each game package, you'll get 3 character slots, 1 to 3, and then for each additional account, you get 3. So you can have multiple character slots.
Landing gear raised.
Yeah, act like alts. You mean 600, the 600 series? Dankus, the 600, at least in lore, was a cargo ship before it became a luxury ship. So the exterior of if you just took like the crew quarters and the pilot area of the 600, and then replaced everything else with just a double decker, like two decks or multiple decks full of cargo, that was the 600i, or the 600 before it became the 600i. The 600, with its space, could probably fit a C1 number of cargo in it. Hate the idea of NPCs putting out fires out or do island maintenance on bigger ships for you or something? No, it's just that when you automate a lot of features without any consequences, which is what NPC crews kind of are, then it allows for players with larger, with just like, oh yeah, I can just solo a capital ship without any problem. Ooh. I also don't think CIG can make them work on a large scale without tanking performance. NPC companions in most online games are notoriously bad. Not only are they bad, but yeah, they can be extremely expensive in terms of like performance and resources needed.
Contact.
That was a Polaris. Are they fighting each other? Rich kid fight! Rich kid fight! I'm going in quick. Is that another Idris? It's on the ground? Those torps aren't gonna do shit.
Contact. Landing gear deployed.
Yeah, the turrets have been turned off.
Contact.
While the rich kids are fighting each other, I need to find a location. Fuckity, fuck.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
The fuck? This isn't 12? Actually, it is 12. I can't count. How's the Pub-A-Thon going? It's going good. We're only about 40 or about 55 minutes away from the full max 18 hours, so we're currently giving away a oh, they're still fighting.
Landing gear raised. Contact.
I'm out. What I really need to do is with the Zero to Hero character is start finding the best stealth components for this thing, because I think even if they reduce the like insane stacks, having a good stealth build for this sort of mission would be great. $315p, yep. Well, no, the reason why I was like, there's no way this is a 12. This is 12 because there's more than 12 because it looked like there was only space for a 2-stack, a 2 SCU crate, and I was like, if there's no way this is just a 2 SCU crate. It should be a little bit different.
Landing gear deployed.
Let's try it again. Yeah, it's 12 SCU.
Take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
Urban Burger has subscribed.
Thank you so much for becoming a subscriber there, choosing to continue your gift sub there, Urban Burger. You're a very important pupper, very impressive, Mr. Very inebriated pedestrian. This your fault. You just run drinking night. Shots and cheers to chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. All right, another mission.
Landing gear raised.
13. I'm gonna try something with this one because I think I can get the 1 SCU crate inside the ship itself. It looks like they're still fighting it out over there. You can only do one side each. Yeah, Snipey, sometimes you can. With the smaller boxes, you can do both of them at the same time while they're down. I was always had trouble with the size 4 boxes, but... Instantly ping. 30K incoming. It's a Pisces. They down? That was the ship that died.
Landing gear deployed.
Here we go. Construction materials, okay. Fit through. God damn it, doesn't fit. Okay. Well, I'm gonna leave you two here then. I'll be back for you. We have to do this. I'm slowing down? Yes, I am. Roll on Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astro Pub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How you doing? Whew. Welcome to the Pub-A-Thon. Okay. I've been playing Star Citizen. Oh, I've been playing other games too, but we've been streaming for 13 hours and 35 minutes. We've got 3 hours and 34 minutes to go. We've got about 50 minutes or so to be added to the clock before we can finish our goal. But right now, we're giving away a meteor! Exclamation point giveaway if you want to do that. You're doing good, Kelsar? That's good to hear. How was your stream? Can I just please jump? No. All right. Take 2 seconds. Whew.
I love democracy.
All right. Thanks, Kelsar. We just did our giveaway. Someone, cough, needs to contact me in 24 hours. Did some new Babbitt's Ghost Racing practice and Onyx missions. Nice.
Drugs.
Whew. I might be able to come in with a larger ship. It doesn't look like anyone's there, but I don't want to risk it yet. What's my favorite in-game item? Kelsar.
Queza Prime just gifted 10 subs.
Thank you so much for giving those 10 subs there, Kelsar. You're very important, puppers. Very impressive, Mr. Very, very pedestrian. Y'all rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Woo! Down the 2 extras.
Valorant just gifted 2 subs.
What's your favorite item with the coolest lore attached? Oh. I don't know. It's a good question. Are we talking like practical use item? Because this bad boy is the coolest. This is like 600 years old. Now, it's not really 600 years old, but it's like the design is pretty old. Think like when was the Swiss Army knife made? Like the 1800s, right? Similar concept. No, like the medals and relics. Oh, of the medals and relics. Oh, obviously the Hadesian artifacts are the coolest because they're the most mysterious. If you are a sub, you will win. But here's the thing: if you're a sub, I need to have a way of contacting you to give you your things. So if I know who you are, then it'll be a lot easier for me to contact you. But no, you can go to bed. Because right now we're at about 17 hours and 46 minutes. So we just need to add about 7 subs, around that. DM on Discord, yeah, I can do that if you win, yeah. Yes, if we get the 14 minutes, if someone donates the money or does the gift subs or the bits, that'll add a little bit. So now it's 13 minutes. That'll shorten the time. So basically, we also have a hype train going on. Nice. And there we go. I think that might be it. I think that's it. Because I've got 420 right now left. All right.
Pixel just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you for getting those 5 subs. You're very important pubbers, very impressive business, very pedestrians. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Here we go. What I'm going to do is I either die or I complete this trade. And then we will. I will pull the win for this winner for this one, and then we'll be doing a giveaway for the Apollo. So far, it seems like a lot of folks have decided to not troll this place yet. Is everyone to bed?
Landing gear deployed.
Bastards. Destruction. Is there more over here? Fuck shooting at me. Fucking fuck. So all I need is one more. Yeah, this is a 300 series. 315p specifically.
Landing gear raised.
How do you use the tractor beam? Have they ever figured that out? For this thing. Oh, nice. Yeah, M does work. Thank you.
Landing gear deployed.
I would say normally this isn't worth the cash. Get some more ammo as well and set my spawn here. But because there's a bug where the ground-based turrets aren't working, all you have to worry about is the NPCs, and of course the other players. It actually makes it a lot more interesting when another players show up. It's not. I don't think the tractor beam is designed really to load in anything into itself. The tractor beam is more designed to load. Load other ships. Yeah. I've been saying for a bit. The 315p is kind of like a stealth pirate smuggling ship. It's an outlaw ship. and I think CIG's kind of put themselves in a corner with this one. I don't think there's a way they could make a ship better than the 315p with the metrics they have now. I got one more run. We'll take a pause, and we'll draw this winner. And the winner is... Colby. Colby 1 Shinobi. It's a lot more useful than the 300. The 300 is a decent little ship. The only problem about the 315p is that you lose that nose mount, so it has to be a bespoke, like, tractor. You can't change it out. Let's see if Colby's actually here. I love the name. Yeah, Colby 1 Shinobi's here. They're in chat. General Shinobi. Reroll. I'll give them a few moments to respond. Colby. Colby 1 Shinobi. Come on down. You have just won a meteor. Watch him be in the toilet. They are not a mod. They're not subscribed. They have been previously subscribed. They've been a subscriber to me, or they've been following since 2020. So I'll give them a chance. They have to be here. Yeah, Colby's pooping. That's usually what happens. Colby, if you can hear me and you're pooping, use your phone. Type something in chat. Colby, going once. Colby 1 Shinobi, going twice. Colby 1 Shinobi, going 3 times. All right, Colby. Sorry, buddy. You gotta be here to win. Rome, you literally just said something. I saw you in chat. Rome Popeye. You literally said congrats. All right, Rome. Congratulations. I just messaged you on Twitch. I need an email that I can send for your meteor. And in the meantime, I'm gonna go back here and back to giveaways. We've got 4 hours and 4 minutes left. We have 14 hours left. So we're just a little over 18 hours. Sounds about right. RSI doodly-doo. Apollo. Triage. Created. Now, if you are not here at the end of the stream, so in 4 hours, you cannot win. Unless you're a subscriber, and I have a means to contact you. Logan, what are you doing up? This is also courtesy of CIG. Thank you, CIG. All right. Everything's been updated. All right, Rome Pub-A, I'm going to send this to you right now. Sent you your meteor there, Rome Pub-A, and everybody else will be waiting for the next one. Yeah, that makes sense, Logan. It's cool. We hung out with the devs. It was fun. Well, a dev. Oh, by the way, they are bringing in sliding. And in the next patch, they're bringing in melee weapons. And the store page. it was Tomato who had reached out and asked and interviewed them before, so awesome.
Landing gear raised.
I think people are like, it's butt crack early or like late at night. We're going to bed. It's like midnight on the East Coast. It's 5 o'clock in the morning for people in Europe. And for the West Coast, it's like 9.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever. Have a good night, Logan.
take away my space game.
And have a good night, Jen.
Mr. Nuckenfitz just resubscribed for 2 months.
Thank you for subscribing for 2 months there, Mr. Nuckenfucks. You're a very important pupper, very impressed, Mr. Rain Pedestrian. This This is your fault. You're drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. I think with the next patch, though, I'm definitely gonna drag you into with like pub and plays to do that again. Star Citizen has stopped giving me sound. Y'all can hear me though, right? Yeah. Okay. Something weird's going on. I think I might have a 30K. What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do this. Yeah, because like music and sound has just died right now. Okay, there we go. Chat, you're not gonna believe me. But how I got this to work? Alt F4. Of course, it's not 11 that said it was. Are you still alive? I think he is. Yep, he's definitely still alive.
Landing gear deployed.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
Agent FBA has subscribed.
Thank you for subscribing there with a Twitch Prime sub. You're a very important pupper, very impressive, very pedestrian. Agent FBA, you rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Whew, sir, the landing pad's over there. The counterpoint. Gun.
Landing gear raised.
Got one more run on this. I'm just gonna take the rest that I have. 8. Okay. Sorry for the silly question, but what ship is that? Looks really cool. This is the 315P, the Origin 315P. It is one of the sleeper ships of the game. It does a little bit of combat, not great, but it can fight. It's got 2 size 2s on it, but it's fast as hell. You can slot some pretty decent stealth stuff on it. It has 12 SCU of cargo, and it has its own tractor like array at the front. Tractor doesn't really work well to load your own ship, but it does work with raiding other ships or loading other ships.
Landing gear deployed.
Whew. Let's see my funds so far. About a million. A little bit better. About a million. I'm gonna go take my raft and finish off these jobs with the raft. Shit, forgot. Actually, have to send it down.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been moved to a please visit us.
Contracts accepted. It's already been accepted. Okay. Offers. Let me see if I can get any more of this. Another one of those. Yeah, because that's 10 SCU plus 8 SCU. Yeah. Let's try that with this, and I think we'll be good after that. Looking at 1,163,000. I do this next, I'm going to be at 1,400,000, 500. Because my current stack is 5. Yeah. 1 mil 500. 6. Let's see if there's. I'm gonna get greedy.
You can take away my spaceship.
That's it.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
Sandy Sanderson just resubscribed for 34 months. Well, hello there. Hope the hauling grind is treating you well, pup. Cheers.
It's doing okay. Thank you so much for that 34 months of support. You're a very important pupper, very impressive, Mr. Very pedestrian. This is your fault. These aren't drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Oh, Cody said some pirates are trying to blockade the Stanton Gateway, and we broke their blockade. It's kind of stupid that the station guns don't engage them anywhere near the gate. We could only break it because we have a large org, and solo players have no chance. That's the flip side problem of that issue, because if they don't engage, it means that criminals can also escape to Pyro. We're currently giving away a Apollo Triage, courtesy of CIG. Thank you again, CIG. Exclamation point giveaway if you want to get in on that one. They'll teach you how. Yeah, we have been streaming for 14 hours and 23 minutes. We still have 3 hours and 40 minutes to go. A total of... That was close. For a total of just over 18 hours. The issue with stacking these, Tony, is that everyone knows you're stacking these, and you can stack them ridiculously high. So... basically, it's a bug that you can stack these to up to 9 at a time. And they're 117 each. So they stack to over 1 million per run. We played a little bit of Jump Ship, or Jump Space, early on. You know, like 3-4 hours of it. And then we also had our podcast that I do, my Captain's Table podcast, which I do on Saturdays for about a little over 2 hours. But yeah, other than that, it's been Star Citizen. Basically since, for the last 6 hours... 6-7 hours has been straight Star Citizen, and I still got another 3 hours left. Oh yeah, I can get really jump towny. My problem is that unlike normal Jump Town where people actually had to have skill, with this one you just have to pull out your wallet, swipe to win, and then just bring your Idris and just start beaming everybody to death.
Landing gear down.
All right, D-Train, let me get that for you. Here you go. Here's the link. Really? Okay. The fuck just hit me? This has been an NPC. This doesn't give me an option to press charges. Maybe, but I should have been able to press charges if it was a player.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your insurance claim has been sent. Thank you. Please visit us again.
I might have it, but I had someone attack me earlier, and it asked me if I wanted to press charges. I've just been hitting the worst of the worst luck. I got 3 hours to get through it. Ain't nobody and their mother gonna be on pretty soon, so. In fact, I'm going to take this time to go get something to drink, and maybe I'll be able to get my stuff back. Probably not, but who knows. Yeah, it was like an explosion, but it was like a it was like it was a bright flash. There was an impact sound. No, there's no logs that I know of. I don't think there is. Yeah, it looked like the panel exploded, which is weird. Right back, chat. Sorry about that, chat. Ugh. Oh. I went to go get some stuff.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieve. Vehicle selected. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Because I had to press charges alert earlier when someone destroyed my ship.
Systems activating. Systems on. Landing gear up.
All right. My chair said some mean things. Well, my chair is the real one though. That's the thing. During resource drive, I was reminded what a total anchor the caterpillar is when loaded up. Yeah, it's absolutely hard to move. Fully loaded. You fly with proximity assist off, and it was almost impossible to lift off an atmosphere. Yeah, I think it's damn near impossible. you all for hanging out. Thank you for watching. I'm sorry I'm not as engaging right now. Because I still got fucking 3 hours to go. That should still be good. Does it also explode?
Landing gear down.
Let's see. Try this one more time.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
Take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
Yeah, but have a good time.
Blues Bandit just resubscribed for 3 months.
Thank you so much, Blues Bandit, for that 3 months of support. You're very important, Pupper. Very impressive, Mr. Rating Pedestrian. This is your fault. There's your drinking night. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Yeah, I've been going for 14 hours, 51 minutes. So about 15 hours. I still got about 3 hours left. So this is where I check to see what the fuck is going on. Where's my dead body? Okay, so it's another. Human is blocking it? Is my body now glitching the shit out of this thing? Alright, I'm gonna try to go over there. I'm gonna try to use this to get over there. I'd melted 6 hours. What's happening right now? So there is a series of missions which you can do, which are fairly easy to complete, that all show up at one location, that cost about, that give you about 117,000 AUEC per run. And you can stack them to 9. Right. For maximum safety, there's no way they shoot through the, like, NPCs shoot through this. So it's like a 6. So it's like a second organic jump town, except legal. Yeah. Mostly legal. Because some people will know that this thing is super stacked. So as a result, they come in and they fucking hit people and troll people because of that. Your buddy Leroy Jenkins, Terry, was riding his motorcycle late one morning and he hit a deer and died. No interest in motorcycles. One of the reasons I haven't played Star Citizen in a while, but I will again someday. Damn, that sucks, dude. Sorry to hear, man. Tickle, 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 tickle. Tickle, 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 tickle. Is it just after my 10 p.m. bedtime? You still have 3 hours left. Yes, I do. Have a good night, Luna. To be honest, I was a bit worried. I had Stitches you up earlier in the day suggesting you hit these missions after you had the rough start with them. It's okay. I mean, thank you for telling me about them. It's good to know about these. Knowing CIG, they may not even fix these. It shouldn't fill up the raft, but I want to, you know, fill it up as if it would fill up the raft. Issue counsel, not a bug. Congrats on finding the Easter egg. Carrying on as normal. Ticket closed. Well, this is the kind of thing that's such a low priority bug that I doubt it gets fixed quickly. Especially because they've got other bugs, which makes this even more fun. No, we're not getting shipbuilding. Anyone telling you shipbuilding is high. I mean, we are getting shipbuilding, but not shipbuilding as in No Man's Sky. I'm definitely going to use the quick drop features to do this one. Took you long enough to figure out I'm here. Take that, buddy. Get back up. Get back up. Took him long enough to figure out I was a threat. You want to learn this lesson again? Come on, come on. Come on, come here. These bastards are actually hurting me. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna have to go out and deal with these fuckers. Damn it. Fucking fuck. I'm almost done. I'm getting tired, though. That's the problem. I know where I'm supposed to be going. I don't have anything in my body. Good night. Hi, Prince. I've just been fucking face smashing this whole thing for like hours. I'm basically like I've said, it's not worth it. This whole mission chain, the 9 stack, unless you're grouping with other people, it's not worth it because you have to deal with the NPCs, which is a pain in the ass. And then if you're not dealing with the NPCs, you're dealing with players. So you're just never gonna get the 1 mil payout. It's just faster to do other things than to do this one. To try to stack them all together.
The ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Okay. What I'm gonna do.
Vehicle selected. Your vehicle, please visit us.
I only have a handful of things left there. Yeah, faster, less frustrating. We're gonna go to Everest. Ship's weapons are on top of the raft. Well, do you want a fucking cookie, Remarkable Croc? I think it's got moved a little closer. Why? It's always been the furthest in the Stanton system from Stanton. Sort of off kilter as well. I think it got moved a little closer. I mean, I've got plenty of hopes what it'll look like. I know it's not going to end up looking like what I want it to be, though. Like a mini version of the Scorpius. I think the Aurora is losing its bed, though. Since the bed is no longer important, I think the Aurora is losing its bed or it's getting bigger. One of the two. Microtech has less PvPers. Good to know. Okay, now when I die, I'll be back here. Also gonna have to go get a bunch of ammo. I would get too fat around an Aurora seat, though I have been lost 20 foot. Nice, good job. That's not easy, dude. Don't have cruise here. Okay. Yeah, I'm using two PCs. So I have a PC that's just dedicated to streaming, and then a PC that's just dedicated to gaming. In the early days of Star Citizen, it was required to do that.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your insurance, you're pleased with that thing?
All right. The Aurora is undergoing at least they said they're changing the interior. I'm like, you're not changing the interior without changing the whole damn thing. There's not enough space in the interior to add all the stuff you want. Rest of these fuckers. There you are. Cleared them all out. There we go. Later, coffee. Last one and I'm done. Come on.
Systems activating. Systems on. Landing gear up.
Whew. God, that took me far too long. Don't worry, chat. We still have 2 hours left. Luckily, I wasn't just playing Star Citizen. I did end up playing, like 8 hours, 8 or 9 hours of Star Citizen. Let's see, I started at like 11 a.m. my time and played till about 2 p.m. my time of jump space, so like 3 hours. Then we did Captain's Table for 3 hours. But I played for 3 hours before then. So yeah, 12 hours. I actually played Star Citizen for 12 of the 18 hours. I hope that for that too. I don't think we will, but I'd like at least a simple engine startup sequence, you know? All right, chat. I'm going to teach you the fastest unloading method possible. I don't think we're going to be able to hire NPC crews, man. I understand why people want to, but you're not going to have, it's not going to happen until after 1.0. And B, I don't think it's just feasible for them to do so. Left is attached.
Welcome to the ASOP. Your vehicle has been moved.
It's all loaded up, by the way. Watch this. Even though I don't need to get all of them, I will still accept all of them because it looks like some of them are... Done. Done. Done, 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 done. Almost 2 million. Remember, chat, I started with 600,000. Not bad. Alrighty. Water. Agua time. Where the stuff located? They're in the in the like, usually in the blue chambers and the blue key cards. Sometimes they're in the red key cards, but you'll find them in the key card doors. Sometimes you'll find them in the battery door as well. We're still doing a giveaway for a Apollo, y'all, if you want to get into it. All right, I'm gonna get some water. I'm gonna take a quick break, and I'm gonna do some news reading towards the end of this, because lordy.
Weapons free, y'all.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
I love democracy.
Stand by for Titanfall.
Two words. Distress bacon.
Enough. No more. No more. Ugh. Are you also giving away a Meteor and Prowler? I already gave away a Meteor and Prowler. Now we're at the Apollo. No problem. Thanks, CIG. CIG is the one who's given them to me to give away. We just haven't had much of a full stream for these Pub-A-Thons. Just kind of like going through all of the old stuff. All right. I'm already in junior. Nice. No red wind here, right? No. Let's do those two real quick. No fucking way. Is this the same one over and over again? Hold on. Hold on. No way. No way. This will be a little bit easier because we're going to go to the Gray Cat. Was that? Thank you so much for that raid there, Farisalt. Welcome everyone to Farisalt Stream. My name is Paul, Berserker 01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here. At the Astropub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How you doing, Farisalt? How's the tiki bar?
Landing gear up.
That's fine. Don't worry about it. Hopefully you had fun. Discovered a new sort of Jump Town adjacent bug where the Red Wind Holler missions are duping. You can dupe them up to 9 times for each location, and each one is 117 UEC. It gives you multiple missions worth of boxes. Or attempt.
Landing gear down.
Are you serious right here? There you go. Where are these guards? Try this real quick. Come on. Do, 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 do. I'm out. Oh, you just got the game. So, technically, I'm not supposed to be here, even though I have a mission to pick stuff up here. Redwind, the company that I'm working for this mission, is sort of not entirely legit. So the stuff that I'm picking up could be stolen or some other type of not necessarily legally acquired. It's also a bug. You're not supposed to. If you have a mission to go to a place, usually you're not supposed to. Rome Pub-A-Thon won the win for the Meteor, and who's the other one? Daz 69 won the one for the other one. Does anyone know if auto load is working for commodities? I don't know. It might be. I'll say this, Big Daddy Tonk, you weren't you didn't win those ones. There was one person who I pulled and they just weren't here. They also weren't subs, so just like, yeah, okay.
Landing gear up.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm figuring out how to fly right. I love watching people play. If you have any questions, let me know. I've been playing this game since before it was really a game, when it was just you could walk around your hangar and look at your ships. From back when you were purchasing spaceship JPEGs, indeed. I am. My goal is to do all of them eventually. My actual goal is to use that as an excuse to make a simple gacha game, fan game for people to play in the style of XCOM. Be a thirst trap and VTube is one of them? No. Still got 2 hours left. Dead center. And the style of XCOM, so even 90% chance draws are still not going to happen regularly. Yep. All right, chat. I'm going to show this to you again. This is the quick unload system. It requires a raft to do, and it does lead to OSHA violations.
Welcome to the ASOP Fit Your Vehicle. Please
Quick unload. You have to be dead center in the pad to do this. It's best to done with a raft where you can just drop everything directly below it. You store it, and it'll automatically store everything there, and then all you gotta do is when your raft is going down, when you're storing it, you just jump onto the pad, and it'll come right back up. You got a starter pack that came with the Mustang Alpha. It's fun. The Alpha is a fun little ship. This is my 0 to hero character, so this is a character that literally I have just a starter pack with, and I've been working them up over the course of, you know, several play sessions. I'm probably on hour 70 by now of this. 3 million. 3 million, chat. You can buy another freaking raft. Huh. And one more. Now it's it. Boop, 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 boop. Honestly, you never played a game like this, but YouTube and people streaming here have been super helpful. Glad to help. The most important thing is practice. I didn't start as a good pilot when I first flew, and I got better over time. You just learn how your ship functions, how the little quirks of how the game works. Oh, I'm gonna be yawning a lot there, chat. Still got 2 more hours.
Landing gear up.
It's supposed to be day over there. Yeah, racing's busted. Well, I got plenty of. I can stay awake, especially if I'm interacting with chat. I'm gonna do one more of these runs, and then we're gonna do some yakety yaks to finish it off. Ending with over 4 million AUC.
I can fly. I'm pilot.
I mean, I'm past 1 o'clock in the morning is the issue. Hey, not yet forsaken.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
Not yet forsaken has subscribed.
Just finished binging your lore content. Thank you so much for watching. You're a very important pupper, very impressive, Mr. Very new pedestrian. This is your fault. There's Roger. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Thank you so much there, Not Yet Forsaken. You enjoyed it? Thought you deserved some money? Hey man, just watching does that. Jesus.
Not yet forsaken just gifted 5 subs.
Woo-hoo-hoo. Thank you for getting 5 subs, Not Yet Forsaken. You're a very important pupper, very impressive, Mr. Very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. I'm guessing you enjoyed my content then. There's gonna be more. I've got my Hurston video, which is coming out this week. Then my ASD/Jort video, which will come out in October. So I got some more content coming. Obviously, part 6 is gonna come out for the complete history. Usually Valorant, they do like a little thing for Valorant, but nah, I only subscribe to people I hate the content. Oh, I am so very happy about it. Yep. Yeah, man, I only got an hour and 40 minutes left. But yeah, we've been going for 18 hours.
Landing gear down.
I heard some boys walking about. Where you boys? How do you feel about Project Archangel? I feel like it's out of I feel like it's out of place. What Synth World? No, it makes sense. I think the problem we just don't really have a good idea of what it looks like and what they're doing. We just know that they're making it. That's it. So it's very nondescript.
Come on now. Let's just talk this through.
Is Synth World? I feel like Synth World is very high sci-fi, whereas Star Citizen feels very grounded. I think it's also important to remember that Synth World doesn't work, and it could be an entire boondoggle. Basically, just never functions as it's supposed to. It's supposed to be this very aspirational idea, but I doubt we'll ever get it to work. It's just odd to me the UE is struggling to supply the advocacy during the Vandal War II, but have funds left over to build Synth World or whatever. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like how, I mean, remember, it's based off of Rome, so the idea is that the spending isn't exactly logical. And remember, some people do want to cancel Synth World. They think it's a waste of money. Do, 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 do. Go. I heard it said, but that it was the canonization of Scooter. There's nothing that CIG is directly canonized, but there is in the latest trailer patch, you see Scooter. Like they put Scooter in the game. In the patch, he's the guy who is his like ship's being towed by a SCV or SRV. SRV, thank you. We're out. No, the Atlas guy is actually the loader guy, who's actually another legend from 431. The guy who would just hang out in servers and help unload people's ships for ArcCorp. Or not loader guy, cargo guy or cargo elevator guy. I think it's elevator guy is the guy's name. We ever had a sense of how large the advocacy forces would be if they mustered all the battle groups at once? The advocacy or the Navy? The advocacy doesn't really have a lot of battle groups. The Navy does. The advocacy is much more broken up because they're because of the cops, you know, like federal police force. That's the guy. He's in my org. Nice. Combined human intelligence forces. Do we have any how large of it? We know that each fleet. We actually have there's a diagram that I showed in one of my videos. You may have remembered about like the fleet organization, which has a breakdown of like fleet, and then like region fleet, that kind of thing. I'll find it here in a moment.
Landing gear up.
Yeah, that was only one battle group. That was not the entire second fleet. That was the, like, flag of the second fleet, but yeah. It's such a good video. It's such a good, like, introduction to the world. Yeah, they're FBI. They're very, like, Old West Marshals, U.S. Marshals sort of idea. I've heard people compare them to, I need to go over to There we go. So if the whole fleet was there, the second would have eaten the duel's lunch? Probably. I mean, they did anyways. It just... They didn't have... The problem about the Van Duel skirmishes is that the battle groups are spread out all over the front to try to counter any raids that might occur. So as a result, they're so spread out that it's very difficult for them to regroup and defend. Paul, Bishop didn't eat their lunch. Both of their lunches ended up in the toilet. Considering the UEE was completely at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, the UEE, like Bishop did really well. Hey, Astropub. Hey, Bloodguard. I want to melt the whole sea during SitCon. Any suggestions of what to get? I mean, you just want to melt it? I wouldn't melt it unless you know what you wanted to get in the first place. If not, just keep their credit and buy something maybe later. The loss of multiple javelins and the cruiser and the Banshee. Yeah. Considering they took out multiple Vandal cruisers, destroyers, corvettes, and a kingship, that's a good trade. You met one that had an account that was less than an hour old in the verse who needed help and got a ref code for it. Nice. Ow! Yep.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Yeah, I know.
Your vehicle has been placed visitor.
But if I get the top one, I manage to get both of them down at once. Usually I don't shoot out like that. You helped 2 new players today. Nice. Remember those Chinese EV batteries from the new ejection system they showed off? So it only works. It works best on the raft, and you have to drop it dead center on the pad, and generally underneath the ship in order for it to actually suck up all the cargo. $4 million. Someone taught it to me during the cargo missions. The supply or die, or resource rush. Nah, I don't want them to fix that. It speeds up things up marginally, for sure. Whew. Still got an hour 20. I need to get up and move around a little bit so that I don't pass out. I'll be right back. Oh, sorry. The Autobot gotcha thing there, not yet forsaken. Another of the old head teachers become streamers. I follow Jesse Cox. Hated it though. Made me sad. He hated teaching? Oh, he hated the video. Well, yeah. You got to understand something, and this is going to sound weird. That whole crew is very anti-Star Citizen. Jesse Cox, I'm gonna picture him in my head, but I don't remember his name off the top of my head. Gerard, yeah. He's bald. He has glasses. He had a goatee for the longest time. He's another streamer. The Drop Frames podcast, basically. They're all really, really old school, and they do not like Star Citizen. They think that CIG is incompetent, and they believe that anything comes out of CIG is going to be bad. So they come into it with like already different approaches, different feelings about it. So like their bias is gonna be difficult for them to shake. I don't think they'll ever play it because they just don't think it's good or will ever be good, or they don't want to support it because they're afraid it's like bad or something like that. They can make a better game, I hear. Get me JP and Co Carnage, yes. And to be fair to both of them, their communities have come at them and said things like, Star Citizen's a scam. They're like, no, Star Citizen's not a scam. They're just incompetent. They're that kind of that brand of fan, I guess you could say. When are we playing Jump Space? When I'm not passing out. I mean, I do it on Fridays with Logan, so we go able to do it together. Even HC Vertigo wants to play it. That's what I mean. Yeah, Co says it's not a scam. It's pretty awfully managed. I don't think it's awfully managed in the way that Co describes it. It's managed because it's by people who don't know what they're doing because they've never done it before. It's and it's a little bit disingenuous because every game is awfully managed because every game is a brand new game that's never been done before. Some of them adapt better than others in terms of managers and those sorts of things, but most game companies are poorly managed make mistakes, do that kind of thing. Hey, Divikin. So it's that sort of like framing of the whole narrative of like Star Citizen is incompetent, the developers are incompetent, like or the managers are incompetent. It's like, not really. They just never done this before, and they're building a company. They're out of date at best. They were complaining about the cutscenes being too long, and the opening sequence was just a turret segment instead of a flight section. Yeah, because it's a prologue. I just took a very close look at my new armor. The backpack is a Wicklow tramp stamp. Nice. I was the greatest bartender this side of the universe. I'm okay. Got an hour and 17 minutes left. So the raft's container arms are gone. They've completely redid the back, so now it's just sort of its own cargo grid, and so it's basically kind of like a whole series, but it's sort of protected by the superstructure of the raft. So you just kind of attach things. So the raft is now insanely large in terms of its carrying capacity. It went from, like, what was it, 90 SCU to 192 SCU. It still has a tractor beam that lets it load and unload stuff. I know I signed up for no publisher when I was later back in 2017, but I'm so flipping over it. No one questions, and I know that means that they'll just ignore me. Yeah, 96. Yeah, 196. Yeah, they doubled it. Drop frames just heard 10+ years development, seen heard from the storefront, and based their opinion on that. Not really following the project, just following the foremost popular opinion. Yeah, and this is not a shit on them. They're much bigger streamers than me. They're more ancient in the sense that, like, they're smarter than I am. They have more experience in the industry than I do. But it comes across as somebody who does have a lot of experience with Star Citizen. They come across as people who generally don't play the game and haven't really played the game, and just sort of saw the news and were like, I'm not interested. Based off of what I'm hearing, I'm not interested. And normally I don't actually bring up that sort of thing when we have discussions, but when someone was bringing up that sort of discussion, those folks, I'm like, yeah, you gotta. It's hard to do that. Also, Paul, do you think we'll ever get an openable cargo containers we can walk into? Maybe. Yeah. I agree with that. I think they have biases from publishing their own indie games, which are very small in scope and focused on shipping discrete products. That's probably the case. It's also that Star Citizen's ambitions are incredibly grand, and it's difficult to look at an ambitious game like Star Citizen and not see the flaws of what could happen. Like I don't think the vast majority of people are twiddling their fingers going, I want to see CIG fail because they're evil, or I am evil. Ha ha ha. I think most people are generally concerned about the player base. You know, they think that this company is scamming or ripping off or taking advantage of the players, and they see this as people who don't know any better are getting taken in by something that by promises of riches and or of this impossible thing that'll happen. It'll never happen, and they are hoping that they can, by becoming anti-Star Citizen, sort of pull people out of this cult mentality and save them from themselves. Yeah. But no matter so there's this old study, psychological study, where a professor got, I think it was a bunch of his grad students, to check into a mental institute. And report clear signs of schizophrenia, like textbook signs of schizophrenia. And after a couple of weeks of taking medications and kind of playing along with the diagnosis, they would then approach the doctors and nurses and say, "I feel fine. I feel better." And the nurses and doctors were basically refused to let them go because they said, "No, you're not ready yet. You still have this." And it took like some significant pushback from the, oh, wow, this is kind of shitty. From like the professor and his team to actually get them released, and the hospital was super mad about this whole thing, and so the doctor said that
but you can never,
and the professor who's doing the study also was super pissed off about this whole thing and said, by the way, this was in the 60s, so this is a little different. Hey, Diablos.
Dragon Diabolus just
damn
resubscribed
it.
for 103 months.
And my ears off. Thank you for that 103 months of support there, buddy. You're very important, Pupper. Very impressive. Mr. Any pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. But there was a conversation. There was an altercation between the doctor and the professor. And the professor basically said, "I'm going to send more of my students in to test you to see if you actually know how to diagnose these problems." And the hospital, the psychological hospital, reported like 9 people that they thought were faking it. And then the professor revealed afterwards, and was like, "I didn't send anybody people. I just told you I was going to send them. Never did." And the whole point of that exercise was to show how we often we search for patterns that we don't really need, that aren't there sometimes. We get so used to things, we get used to seeing things that we just, if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, then it must be a duck. Channel question: is dancing each time someone subs scalable? Is it important enough to do it every time? I try to do it every time, if I can. How did you find the new mission set? How did I like it, or where is it? I like it a lot. I think the end is a little bit of a letdown. Hyperion really could do with a boss battle, or some climactic cinematic end sequence for the end of the whole thing. I enjoy it. I like the atmosphere and everything, but yeah. So I think I bring up that sort of anecdote to say I think that's a good way of looking at what people outside of the Star Citizen community think about Star Citizen. It's that we somehow are part of a cult that CIG can do no wrong, but in reality we're pissed off at CIG half the time anyways, sometimes for stupid reasons, sometimes for legit reasons, but we're definitely like not some sort of like Chris Roberts can do no wrong, he is the God King. I don't see that as our community in general, but because people had so much faith and still have a lot of faith and have a lot of give a lot of money to CIG, people are just like, well, this is insane. No one would do this. My point is, I don't think you can keep responding to each channel as sub grows. I mean, I will burn that bridge when I get to it. To be quite honest, my subs have actually gone down over the last year. Not by much, but you know, at the beginning of this year, I was hitting on average 200 subs a month. And on the last 4 or 5 months, I've had 180 to 190. I think like the average has been 185. So I've dropped like 15 to 20 subs since the beginning of this year. It's been made up for by gifted subs, by people doing donations, and of course people doing bits and stuff like that. But hey, Cupid. And you know, the Patreon swings wildly as well because I don't update as much. Jesus Christ.
Valorant just gifted 6 subs.
Jesus fuck.
Straker we just gifted 20 subs.
Thank you so much, Stracker V. Those 20 subs. You're a very important pupper, very impressive person, very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Fuck. Like I said, gifted subs are great, but what I meant was like regular subs that, you know, where people donate their own, you know, like what Twitch considers regular subs, which isn't gifted stuff. It's the when people pull out their wallets and actually subscribe. That's gone down 15. But thank you. That helps a lot. And it's sub temper still. So by gifting subs, the Valorant matches all of those subs. But I have thought about it. If I scaled, if my popularity got to the point where I'm getting 300, 500, 1,000 people watching me on a regular basis, what I'd probably do with the dances is set more of them as goals. So we would do a big dance party once we reach a certain level of subs that come in. Going to have to fight an F5 war for the Javelin this IAE. I have the tingles. It might be coming sooner than people think. Yeah, I think it's Squadron. I think it's linked. It's going to be more linked to Squadron, but yeah. Been living out of your 890 jump these last few patches. Nice. I've been seeing a lot of people do that sort of thing, which is nice. I've had the same tingles for the Idris and the Pioneer, so I have tons of bias. Oh, because both of those were being, well, Idris released and then the Pioneer is being worked on. Yeah. Like I said, let me get some more water, get a walk around a little bit, because we've still got an hour left. And I do want to go through some of the Comlink stuff that recently came out and just, you know, chat for a little bit. But I'm of two minds when it comes to Star Citizen's development. I have this feeling in the back of my head that Star Citizen is on the cusp of the change to actually start pushing the game to being a game and focusing on not just releasing the content and the features, but also balancing the features and crafting it a little bit more and really like kind of working it as a game would do, rather than just sort of fighting fires and trying to throw everything together. But the other side, my rational, logical, experienced side, says that's not going to happen. CIG is going to struggle to get anything into the game over the next year. So, like, the idea whenever I hear people, when I heard CIG say, yeah, 2027 is when we're going to release it, I'm like, I'm sure that's what you say on paper, but we all know that's bullshit. Well, with the 890 bed logging has been fixed, yeah. I think most of the bed logging works. Pioneer's base purchase is $600. I have an original Banu Merchantman. First run original Banu Merchantman. It all depends on when Squad 42 releases and they can actually move resources to Star Citizen. That's part of the reason why my brain is, I'm of two minds of this. Because I do not believe that the thing that's holding Star Citizen back is Squadron. The thing that's holding Star Citizen back is Star Citizen. It's them trying to balance the needs of releasing a game that's playable, people can enjoy, and actually releasing features. Now, I think as of this year, CIG has really, this year and part of last year, they've really hit a stride because they finally have coalesced a vision of what 1.0 is going to be. But because this vision is still fairly new in CIG time, they haven't quite hit their stride with this plan. And as a result, we have good content, and they're getting better at telling stories, they're getting better at making missions, and things are getting more stable and that sort of thing. But it was still not quite hit the stride when it came to the features and stuff like that. I understand and agree, but I also think that they're trying to develop Star Citizen within 142, and that branch is being withheld from Star Citizen. That I believe true. Yes, 100%. But I think the reason why it's being withheld is because they're so frightened of releasing that branch to the wild and it breaking everything. And they're like, we don't want to have another 4.0 and 3.18, and we know this is going to be a 4.0 and 3.18, and so they're they're just so timid to pull that fucking trigger, to just rip that Band-Aid off, that they're gonna do anything in their power to sort of dance around the inevitable. And I think eventually they're gonna just have to fucking do it. Just fucking do it. And piss a lot of people off. But that's the reason why I was very hesitant to the whole like year of stability. We're focusing on content and not features, because I'm like, it's gonna make people happy in the short term, but once those people get used to what they're seeing with the improvements, and then you just release a fucking broken ass patch that's absolutely horrendous, you're gonna lose all that momentum again. Something's break coming from Squad 42 branch, that's why. No, it does. And they need to rebuild a lot of that stuff in Star Citizen, which is why I'm sure they're also a little bit hesitant, a little gun shy to talk about that. I think a slower release schedule for tech is good. Yeah, but with a game like Star Citizen, where like they're only starting to now coalesce into a 1.0 vision, a slow release schedule means a game that's already been in development for 12 years, 12 to 13 years, is going to have another 5 years of development. And at that point, it becomes a question of, does this game have a purpose? Does this game retain its position and continue to go forward? Can you continue to make money off of this precarious situation you're in? And I don't think the answer is yes. I think the answer is no. So either a lot is riding on Squadron, or they're going to have to start breaking some people's hearts when it comes to releasing the game. I think Squad is the problem with Squad 42. That's where all the money and effort goes. Star Citizen gets breadcrumbs. Everything that's in Squadron is in Star Citizen. They're the same game. The difference is that Squadron gets cutscenes and has like bespoke assets. But the AI's technology is the same in Star Citizen as it is in Squadron. The engine is the same. The environment is the same in terms of like the planetary tech and everything. The gunplay is the same. The flight isn't the same, but will be the same. Plus, there's the increasing pressure we see from new and upcoming adjacent games like Jump Space enter the market. They do need to find a way to move more quickly to 1.0. They have had pressures from themselves for years, and that hasn't sped up their development. I don't think CIG cares about that sort of thing, but it's just a matter of like, can they keep the gravy train going so that they can actually get to where they want to go?
InstaShinobi just resubscribed for 25 months. We'll get there 07.
Thank you so much for that 25 months of support there, InstaShinobi. You're very important, public, very impressive, very new pedestrian. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. My brain, she is shutting down. So I think CIG is going to have a watershed moment. They're going to have a, we've got the tech in, it's time to focus on video game, making this a video game. And I think next year is positioned to be that, but I don't know if it'll actually be that. Because experience teaches me that we're going to have 4 things, maybe 5, released next year, which will be engineering, scanning, crafting, and base building. And base building is going to be the biggest sort of maybe, and the other 3 are not going to be the final versions, but sort of a baseline version that they'll improve upon later, and they'll put that baseline in, and then they'll just fucking abandon it and go focus on the next feature so they can get that out. And then once base building is in, it's just a matter of the other things which are Squadron connected, like the new quantum travel stuff, the Maelstrom, the dynamic economy, that kind of stuff. I don't want to be pessimistic. I think CIG's method of madness will work, but CIG lovers are going to suffer until Squadron is out. Yeah. But I don't think it's Squadron's fault. It's just CIG's own hesitance. Can't wait for base building. Once crafting gets into the game, I think that's going to be the big watershed moment where people will actually start to see what Star Citizen will be. Base building is just sort of an accessory to crafting. It's crafting, but bases. I think what gamers want is pretty irrelevant to management decisions. I work in audit in a couple big game companies, for a couple big game companies, and they talk about gamers as their consumers. The way they talk about their gamers as their consumers is wild. They don't like us, man. I've walked in the corporate world myself, not professionally, professionally for a little bit, but not like for a long period. And goddamn, disdain is the only word you can describe it. All levels. The conversion of a single-player mechanics to a network platform isn't trivial, though. Those mechanics have been balanced and optimized for DSM, and we've seen how long that can take. That's my point. Yeah, it always takes longer than CIG thinks to do that. You should see what Nexon says about their players if you think CIG doesn't like that, like us. Here's the thing. I've talked with enough CIG developers, because a lot of them are developers, were fans of Star Citizen before they became developers at CIG. They don't hate us. Not really. They're afraid of us, if anything. They either commiserate with us, or they're just like, please don't go ballistic on me, please. I'm just doing my job, man. They're just like you. They may not even know who you are, Jacaro. Managing and directing a growing companies, especially from a couple of hundred to 1,000, is challenging. It kills a lot of companies that have a finished product. CIG's challenges are harder. Yeah, no. The building a company and building two games at the same time is difficult. But in that case, you can't argue that Squadron is Star Citizen if in the end you adapt and rewrite most of the stuff to make it fit. The difference is that you're not writing the physics code twice. You're not redoing the models over again. The AI logic doesn't completely get rewritten when it transfers from Squadron to Star Citizen. A tree that's modeled for Squadron is not going to be a different tree than is modeled for Star Citizen, because it's the same tree. It's just the hooks and all the other little additions that need to be done for networking needs to be changed. But the actual physical process is done. And if they had to redo all of the assets on top of adding hooks, it would have been much longer to add those things into the game. We've already seen CIG reuse assets from Squadron in Star Citizen. They're not finished, obviously, because they're missing things like components for ships and stuff like that. But like, it's improved the game. Do we really think Squadron 42 2 and Squadron 43 are really going to happen? Yeah. Oh yeah, I definitely think they're going to happen. As long as Chris is making money off of it and there's a desire for it, he's going to do it. Honestly, it's been my favorite draw for this project, an ongoing development soap opera. I find it fascinating to watch how CIG develops Star Citizen, mostly because everything I know about video game development is telling me that CIG has some insanely good and insanely bad problems at its heart. The good problems, the good things that are happening, is that CIG doesn't have a publisher. So as a result, all of the bullshit that comes with publishers or venture capitalists or outside investors pretty much doesn't apply to CIG. And that is often, like 9 times out of 10, the killing blow for any company, for any game, is the finances. The finances are the bitch. And since CIG doesn't have that gigantic albatross, that sort of Damocles over their head, as long as they can stick the landing with First Squadron, then Star Citizen, they'll do fine. On the flip side, the reason why it's taking so long is because they have to develop a game while also having a released game and change that released game every 6 to 9 to 10 to 12 months. The core tech of Star Citizen is the netcode, though. It's a core set thing, but it's not the core. And it's important to also remember that Squadron is also a child of Star Citizen as much as Star Citizen is a child of Squadron. How they load maps in Star Citizen is servers. Or in Squadron, I should say, is servers. Squadron's maps are all servers, just like going from one server to another in game right now because of dynamic server meshing. They actually spin up a server locally on your machine, and then the player is then give you a client as the player to walk through that server. It's just not hosted on an outside service. They're putting the service on your computer. Because that was the stuff they developed for Star Citizen, and they just wanted to use that loading mechanism for Squadron. So there are already things like hooks and other stuff that's coded into Squadron at its core for Star Citizen. The issue is that CIG always overestimates, or I should say underestimates, the amount of work that needs to be done to make things portable to Star Citizen. Things come up that just shouldn't have come up, or they didn't think about when they were building it in the first place. And as things change, that's been a problem. That's been the biggest problem, it seems like. There's been this seesaw development of which direction should Star Citizen go for several years now, where, sometimes they move in one direction, then move in another, and now that they finally have this is the goal, this is the end point, it's sort of more focused on that. Which gives me the hope for next year being better than this year in terms of features and actually seeing them consistently release features that aren't completely breaking the game. But again, I can't get away from the past of what CIG's done in the past. 42.2 and 42.3 will both benefit from Star Citizen enhancements, enhancing those chapters and development tech features to be added in Star Citizen eventually. Exactly. The thing that I know a lot of people are freaked out about is that if Squadron 42 Part 2 is put into production right after Part 1 is finished, then all of the work, no one will ever work on Star Citizen, and woe is me. Squadron will constantly suck up the development time. And the thing that everyone forgets is that Squadron 42 Part 2 isn't going to be a different game. It's going to be Squadron. They're not going to have to rebuild the flight system or rebuild this FPS combat or shaders or environmental lighting. All of that stuff is done. They might add some additions and changes here and there, but they're not going to be coming. They're not going to be building that behind closed doors in Squadron. They're going to be making that for Star Citizen. All of those features will then be focused around Star Citizen, so that when Star Citizen has those updates, then they'll port it to Squadron, and then Squadron will get the secondhand hand-me-downs from Star Citizen. Yeah, it's important to remember, I forget the name of the company, but the company that made all the Lego games, Aaron Roberts, was the head of that. And a lot of the developers and managers at CIG were from that company. And they're taking a lot of what they learned making Lego games, and their plan is to adapt that to Squadron. Once Squadron Part 1 is out, they just take everything they've learned from Squadron and then just Part 2, get that done. Part 3, get that done. And the more they do it, the faster they'll get. And then we'll get things like Sixth Platoon, the game. We'll get the, Star Citizen Privateer, other single-player games. The vaunted, what was it called? Spell Singer or something like that? I don't understand Squadron 42, to be honest. Is this a whole new game, or is it just a campaign added to Star Citizen? It was originally the single-player aspect of Star Citizen, and then it became so big and so different that they spun it off as to its own product. It's set in the same universe as Star Citizen, but it is, last we heard, 40 hours of gameplay with cutscenes and narrative and side quests and all that kind of stuff. Can't wait to play these games when I'm 65. Yeah. Soul Singer, thank you. Yeah. I wonder if progress carries over to Star Citizen. No. But there will be some advantages. Like they've said things like citizenship. You can earn citizenship by completing Squadron. And that way you don't have to do the main storyline of Star Citizen. But it'll be about the same amount of time to do this main storyline as it does to do the main story of Squadron. And you also get some reputation bonuses that you can do. So, yeah. Star Citizen is a rules engine. Squadron 42 takes that engine and makes it into a Half-Life-like game. If Squadron 42 is released as a success, then business will dictate CIG ride that momentum, because if the new release is good, there'll be a big uptake of Squadron 42 fans wanting a sequel. Yes. But that doesn't mean that CIG... You also got to remember, this is Chris Robertson's Star Citizen and CIG. They don't do what makes them the most money. They do what they want to do and then try to make money doing it. Sometimes to my own personal chagrin, and I'm sure many of our chagrins. I'm hoping for 1 Star Citizen in 2026 and 2 Star Systems in 2027. Yeah, it's set 10 years before, 2945 into 2946. Probably a better approach with all the risks involved. That's one of the beauties that CIG has. One of the major advantages is that because there's no money man holding the money over their head being like, you need to make me $1 billion, otherwise I'm shutting your ass down. CIG doesn't need Squadron 42 to be a massive blockbuster hit on day one. They don't need to make a fuck ton of money in order to justify Squadron's existence. because it's already paid for. All they need Squadron to do is to not suck and slowly build momentum and or word of mouth over a long period of time and consistently get sales. One of the best things they could do is, if Squadron 42 releases and is well received, is to make a console port for Squadron, because now you're opening up an entire different demographic to the game, which will allow for more people who are interested in that sort of thing. Opinion, I think they will be releasing one system per year from now on. I don't think they're releasing Nyx this year. Dig. That's the Reddit. The Dig is very similar to Reddit, if I remember correctly. Oh yeah, are we still getting that documentary, The Making of Squadron 42? Probably. Everything's already paid for. A lot of people need to recognize that fact when referring to CIG losing money and going broke. Yeah. The thing that they have to pay for now is rent for the building and salaries for the people, as well as like upgrades and other changes they need to make to hardware, and like the power bill, right? Their debtors are very small, and those debtors are board members. I'm not sure current consoles could run Squadron 42, to be honest. No, they could, especially if they optimize the game over a period of time. Nvidia raises 6090 prices to 10,000 per unit, and CIG immediately goes bankrupt. Nah, they'll just partner with AMD. Ongoing cost of servers, yeah. But all that requires is funding, not paying back debtors. So they have normal costs rather than exorbitant costs. And like, if Squadron 42, it makes them a few million every, like, when Squadron 42 first releases, it will make several million. I don't know how many it's going to sell, how many copies it'll sell, but I'm sure it'll do well. And even like, if it makes 250,000 to 500, like 500,000 sales in the first quarter it's released, that'll still pull in like $10 million. Actually, let me double check that. No, I'm sorry. $30 million. $15 to $30 million. $15 to $30 million is nothing to sneeze at. CIG makes about 130 to 150 million a year for funding. So just getting 30 million in a quarter is a lot of money, especially when you don't have to constantly be paying people to do that, because it's just, at that point, maintenance and passive income. It just comes in as you know, with a small team that works on it, on top of Star Citizen's money as well. So if it's making 5-10 million a quarter after the first year, it'll be a nice small drip that can go through. It's good because their burn rate is also high. CIG is going to eventually hit the wall where they're going to have to start firing people, especially when Squadron comes out. I think you're going to see some layoffs for CIG because they don't need that many people in Squadron. Unless they can do a quick turnaround and get those people back to work on Squadron, content after release, like post-content release stuff or Squadron 42 Part 2. Paul, when do you think you're going to see Idris turrets and size 10 weapons on the market in game? I don't think it's going to be until 4.4.x or 1.0. Yeah, it'll be closer to the release than it is now. I've had clients with way worse financials chug along for 10 years. Yeah, we also don't know how much money CIG is making through tax credits, or how much money they're saving through tax credits and other sort of government incentives. I mean, yeah, you and I are of the same mind, Jakero. I think CIG should be selling ships in-game the moment they're available for people who purchase them. That doesn't matter because you can just look at the cash on hand. Their debt to assets is quite good. No, yeah. I mean, as I was saying, they don't really have debt. The debt they have is to 2 of their board members. And every time those board members have a chance to cash out, they're like, double down, a triple down, quadruple down. They just keep throwing money at CIG. And either they're seeing something that we don't see, or they're true believers in the project, which they might be. They're friends of the Robertses, like personal friends. So I wouldn't be surprised if they were also Star Citizen backers who also happen to be friends with Chris Roberts and his wife, and were just like, we have the money, let's do it. The Calders. Their biggest expenses people? Man, that's just all businesses. All businesses' biggest expenses people. Yeah, let's take a look at that. That's what I wanted to kind of look at before we do that. The callers are probably the ones who sniped you earlier. Rich people with big interests. Who couldn't hit me for shit. All right. Player experience team. We're excited to announce the launch of our new program for select group gameplay testing. These tests are designed to gather rapid focused feedback on critical game systems throughout highly focused short burst sessions. How it works. The select group gameplay testing will operate on an invitation-only basis, bringing together small, carefully selected groups of players based on their player activity and for target under the NDA. Unlike our standard PT waves, these tests will focus on specific systems or mechanics that require immediate concerted feedback during active development. Tests will launch with irregular intervals based on development needs with short period notices. Test duration may vary depending on the scope and the requirements of each system being evaluated. All participants must sign and acknowledge NDA terms before gaining build access. Feedback process. All feedback for these tests will be submitted directly to us via email only. Email will be provided as part of the test invitations. For those tests, we will not allow forum posts, Spectrum discussions, issue council reports, or external discussions about test content. Participants will receive comprehensive survey following each test session to capture their experience and observations. Selected citizens will receive invitations via email as NDA agreements to sign. Keep an eye on your communications. I am not getting this fucking invitation, and I'm fine with that. Also, this is fucking serious. This is CIG getting serious because they're basically saying, we're going to give you player testing. We're going to give you, we want feedback from you, but we want it in such a way that you cannot legally tell anybody what we did. And if you leak about it, we'll know who you are and we'll fucking beat your ass. So, all right. What's the difference between Evocati testers? Hey, SGGT is pretty different from Evocati. Think of it more like playtest labs other studios run. The idea isn't open feedback like we usually go do on Spectrum threads. Spectrum is great for getting a feel for overall community sentiment. When it comes to more divisive features and, let's say, the somewhat challenging dynamics of public internet discourse, we can't always rely on it with full confidence. That's where the SGGT comes in. I'm just going to start calling it Sergeant. That's where the Sergeant comes in. The goal is to make sure that the feedback is both solid and protected from bias and social engineering, so we can ultimately make the player the better design decisions. SGGT runs narrow, targeted gameplay tests with carefully selected groups of players. These groups can be very specific, such as PvP pirates, lone PvE pilots, cargo haulers, or space moms/dads. Oh, so I might end up getting this thing because we define the groups, their composition and sizes. We can easily run A/B comparisons or compare results between different playstyles. Example, we can test the first-time players, how effective our tutorials are to check if change on the weapon systems is accepted by both PvE, and PvP pilots, coupled with an NDA that gives us much higher confidence in the feedback, specifically for divisive features. A test usually only runs for a few days. Once it's done, access gets revoked, surveys or whatever format that we're using go out, and then maybe a new batch of players comes in. There won't be priority system or application process because these groups are defined by the test itself. So all in all, it's really very different type of testing compared to Evocati. SGGT and Evocati players might overlap at times, but it's entirely dependent on the test itself. Hope that clears up the difference. Cheers. Read through some of this. I.e., they're tired of the vocal majority spoiling things. Honestly, what they're tired of is anytime there's a change, someone comes out and dies on the fucking cross on Spectrum and completely poisons the water hole. So you can't have a discussion on any changes that they want to do without somebody accusing Chris Roberts of kicking their wife. This is the kind of community that freaks out because CIG paid, $10,000 for a modest viewing room. Screening room, and people think that it's a fucking extravagant expense. Like, what? Have you not fucking ever even like casually watched game development at all? They act like CIG hates them when Medjo costs 10,000 UEC. Yeah. How you feeling? Home stretch? Yep, I got 23 minutes left. I actually only have 10 minutes left, but yeah. Though they mostly lifted the Evo NDA for discussion. That's because the reason why people were leaking shit wasn't because as a longtime Evo, you don't want to be part of fucking Evo. Anyone in this chat will tell you Evo sucks. Evo is not fun. Evo barely works most of the time. And when it gets to the point where it's like, hey, this is pretty good, they fucking release it to everybody else because that's the point. Evo is shitty, but everyone thinks of it as a sort of like sneak peek into the forbidden world of Star Citizen, when it's like you're getting a weak head start. That's it in terms of like seeing things. But for content creators, that's a big fucking deal. If you can drop an exclusive new release, you can get a video that will take off in the algorithm, and suddenly you're making $200 or more off of a new release that you wouldn't get otherwise. And other people who want to become content creators or influencers, that's a big deal too, because they know people are addicted to these things and people really want to have that forbidden knowledge. So when they said Evo can talk about it, it's completely removed all of the drama from Evo and a lot of the hidden spice from Evo. Because most of the time, people were freaking out about something in Evo. Like, I can't believe this is it. And all the Evo players were just sitting there, like, biting their lips, being like, it's not that fucking bad, idiots. Like, God fucking damn it, stop freaking out. The ongoing conversation between CIG and the community boils down to two major things when it comes to flight model: speed of engagement and gunnery. I do think that the community is right about both, and that CIG is far too theoretical and not enough practical with their current development cycle. And almost always it bears out that the community knows what it's talking about when it comes to this specific issue. The problem is the community also talks about it like a bag of dicks. We're just assholes about this. And like every time something bad happens, it turns into like the worst thing ever that CIG ever's done to them personally. And it's overblown and over dramatized, and like people lost their goddamn minds. But the reality is, dogfighting has to have fucking feel. You need to be able to do maneuvers to defeat your enemy that is based off of skill and practice. And that needs to slow down so that you can actually have, it's not just twitch-based full-blown reaction time. And guns need to be variably good. Like guns on multi-crew ships need to be broken. They need to be unrealistically fast for tracking and for like projectile speed. But they'd have to only work. That could only work for multi-crew ships and not single players, single-seater fighters. So that way, fighters can't just stay out of the range or just barely in the range and be able to outmaneuver while still hitting a larger target. These problems have been problems with Star Citizen for its entire existence. No flight model has ever addressed those problems effectively. They've gotten close in some cases, but almost always to the detriment of other parts of that issue. I think A1 tends to be overdramatic at times, but when he breaks down his explanations, and when you talk with people like A1 who have kind of really deep dived into it, it's important to note most of these people do not have an opinion based off of pure sweatlords. Their opinion comes from them trying to put themselves in the shoes of the everyman, and they want to make the everyman have fun. That's it. And I constantly think that CIG has another problem, which is they continue to change their flight model without actually having the fucking final version of their damage model finished. Without Maelstrom in-game, and without the economy in-game, flight model is completely pointless. Like, and then this is only part of the flight model. It's not even atmospheric flight modeling and like control surfaces additions. The problem with A1 isn't always what he says. It's the arrogant, asshole way the way he says it. I mean, I have the same tone at times. That people hate me for that same reason. Why are you such a smug asshole? You think you know more than people. It's like, no, I just try to do a teacher voice, which pisses people off. Squad 42 is an even bigger problem. How do you balance a hero ship versus the world as opposed to a balanced system? The answer is simple, and no one's going to like it. Squadron 42 is not going to have the same flight mechanics as Star Citizen. They will not have the same flight model. If Squadron 42 was a sandbox-based single-player experience, like just take Star Citizen but put it in a single-player world, that would be easy. But it's not. It's a cinematic shooter flight experience game where you're the hero. And it's also when CIG says they want feedback on these things, it was my problem with master modes. It's like, I don't mind master modes, but it feels like it's missing 4 parts of the flight model before we can actually understand if master modes make sense. It feels like CIG was playing with all those parts in the back end, but they could only get the master modes part to us, and they just said, just tell us how it feels, without any of the things that they've been playing with in the back end that for us to have access to. So it's like, I can't give you fucking feedback. I don't fucking know, because I don't know what you want from me. Because this might feel fine now, but when you release Maelstrom, it might suck ass, and I can't tell you if that's going to be the case. Oh. I have a thought long and hard. I have thought long and hard about weapon power scaling with platform fighters. Get beat by multi-crew ship turrets, which get beat by capital ship turrets, which get beat by station turrets, which get beat by planetary turrets. Yeah. You just did the new flight model for the X series, and people seem to like it. John Pritchett was not a bad modeler. I just think the reason why CIG and John Pritchett didn't get along probably had more to do with personality and the direction. But to give you an example of some of that problem, I cannot tell you how multi-crew ships are good or bad without the ability for me to be able to repair my multi-crew ship from a dead state. From it's basically being knocked out to being back up and running and fighting, or being able to repair as it's taking damage, so that I can continue to fight longer than a fighter which does not have the ability to auto repair or to heal its own components as effectively as I can. That is a huge part of a flight model. Even though it has nothing to do with flying, it does have to do with balance and feel. Because a big ship should feel like it has an advantage because it has multiple people all making sure everything is working. So a fighter may be better at fighting. That fighter pilot may be the best goddamn fighter pilot that ever lived. But they'll never actually kill the thing because they'll never do enough damage to kill it. I think they've already said they're going to do auto healing. They're going to do some automatic repair processes for fighters. So fighters will have something like an astromech droid sort of built into them. But that process is automatic and slow and could get taken out by its own weapons, by other weapons and such. Or just have death be meaningful. A fighter now can die and jump back into the fight. Yeah, things like a death cooldown, where you have significant debuffs after you die, so you have to wait a few minutes before going back into a fight, 20 minutes, would help deal with some of these problems. The problem is, again, you're looking at one part in isolation from the whole cloth, when the whole cloth is important to that one thing. Your G tolerance is garbage. Maybe your reaction time is slower, so that even though you're pulling to the right, your actual character is delayed by half a second when they pull to the right. The old Star Wars, just move some plugs around and it's fixed? No. We're talking even worse than that. We're talking video game logic. Just shoot a fucking magic beam at that shit and it's fixed. Woo! Strip everything out of a hammerhead. Park the parts outside the ship on the ground guns, missiles, etc., and see how long it takes to get it from that state to ready to go. Yeah. Honestly, that's also another concern I have, specifically when it comes to Star Citizen long term, is that I'm afraid that players will get used to how Star Citizen is now, so that when changes that have to be made are made, players get mad. Because we've seen it before. Master Modes is a great example of that, but it's going to happen again. You just have to reverse the polarity of X to solve something. That's Star Trek as well. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break. We only have 8 minutes left. I think technically I'm well over that time now, but I started a little bit later. We still got 4 minutes until the 18 hours, but I'm gonna take a quick break and then we'll draw that winner.
Weapons free, y'all.
Good news, everyone!
Drugs.
I have money.
All right. Let's just pull. Pull. Pull.
Stand by for Titanfall.
Good luck to everyone who entered. And the winner is Yuizen. That's a regular name. Is Yuizen here? They should be here. Oh no, Yui's in. I want to figure out if they if they're a subscriber. But he's subscribed. Okay. See the name again. But he's subscribed. How can you check if they're subscribed? Is it a mod tool thing? Oh yeah, they've been subscribed for 21 months. Okay. Thank y'all. I've been streaming on Twitch for like a decade, and y'all taught me something I didn't know. Yeah, let's say previously subscribed. I know that, but I like usually have to click on the name. I didn't know you could just like find it there. 1 minute left. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for hanging out. If you did enjoy this, hit that follow button here on Twitch. Subscribe to us on YouTube. We'll be doing some bunch of stuff. I have to take Monday off because I'm going to get my teeth cleaned. Regular clean maintenance kind of stuff. And so I'm going to be taking that time to finish editing and putting everything together that I need to for the next lore video, which will probably be released on like Tuesday. I'll try to get as fast as possible. Thank you for everything y'all done. I will see you all tomorrow while we do some with my my organization, the League of Relic Enthusiasts. We'll be doing an expedition. We're going to be doing our own. I think we're doing Hathor again, so we'll be kind of taking over Hathor and do some stuff. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. Did I just drop one recently? Yeah, lore videos. I did. But that was a couple weeks ago. I want to try to do at least 2 a month if I can. So, and then after that, I'm going to do a compilation video on the all of the complete history of the UE Navy, or complete all of the ships of the UE Navy one. And then I've got a spoopy one I want to do for October. So.